the oaks stand tall. A warrior lurks, sharp tools he hoards. Steel in his claws, vengeance in his gaze. The EDC Squirrel prowls, chaos ablaze. Blades glint, moonlit and cold. Time and grip, stories untold. Protect your nuts, the cry he screams. Pocket knives fuel his twisted dreams. Steel and fury, sharp and clean. The EDC Squirrel reigns supreme. Acorns scatter, but knives he keeps. A forest arsenal, the shadows weep. Leather sheaths tied to his chest. A rodent armed, none dare contest. Dry branches creak, the hunt begins. A squirrel's cold, sharp as his sin. Protect your nuts, the cry he screams. Pocket knife fuel his twisted dreams. Steel and fury, sharp and clean. The EDC Squirrel reigns supreme. In the shadowed glen, where the oaks stand tall, a warrior lurks, sharp tools he hoards. Steel in his claws, vengeance in his gaze. The EDC Squirrel prowls, chaos ablaze. Blades glint, moonlit and cold. Time and grip, stories untold. Protect your
All right, is this working? Oh god, I was ready to start, and then freaking I inhaled coffee down the wrong tube, and I had to let that play again for a little bit. How's everybody doing? Hey, Mike's gonna be celebrating some life, and won't be home till late. So, okay, well, thank you for dropping by anyway, Mike. Morgan, Coder, Terry, glad you guys could make it. Oh, and congrats to Apex 8 for hitting 500. That is awesome. I know he works hard, so he definitely deserves a subs. Hey, Pocket, how you doing? All right, so it is another Saturday, and more knife chat and more new knives and stuff like that. So, I don't know how long this. I know we tend to go the full length on this stream, but I am going to say I don't know how long it's going to go because, I mean, this is predominantly going to be knife chat. Stuff, of course, was delayed, so I didn't get as much as, or I didn't get a lot of what I was expecting this week. Hopefully, it'll make it in time for next week. So, but I do have a few things and some really interesting stuff to show you. Hey, Waylon, how you guys doing? Glad you can make it. Just hit 320 minutes ago. Congratulations. That's awesome. I love to hear it because, I mean, it just means the community is getting bigger and more people to chat with in regards to, depending on, in this case, knives, pocket knives, EDC, stuff like that. In the video game space, like Apex Ape, I have my own video game stream, and it's just cool to hear. I like seeing that the community is getting bigger, everybody helping each other out and stuff like that. So congratulations to that. I'm never. I don't write scripts. I don't plan this out. I don't even have a list. I know people have mentioned write a list of talking points and stuff like that. Why? I mean, sure, it might seem a little bit more streamlined, stuff like that. But I prefer to talk off the cuff, I guess. So none of my stuff is really ever organized. I try to organize it somewhat. It never ends up going the way I plan. The whole squirrel thing going. But I do know we generally start off with showing a few new knives that I've gotten in the past week. And I've got a few. Nothing, no huge amount or anything. I've been trying to tone it down. That, and this stuff's expensive. It gets really pricey. Let's start off with a new traditional knife that I got. Let's see here. Hold on. There it is. Now, most traditional knives I get are from Chasing Blades. If you guys aren't familiar, you guys are probably familiar with Chasing Blades by now. I've done a lot of business with Chasing Blades. I found them on an app called Whatnot. Now, Whatnot is a live auction app where people hold shows and hold actual live auctions. You're bidding in real time, and win or lose, whatever. I get pretty darn good deals, and not just from Chasing Blades. I get great deals from Chasing Blades, great deals from a couple others that I get knives from, and it's been great. It's been great when it comes to if you're looking for a knife that you're trying to save money on. It's horrible if you get addicted to it and you end up spending a lot of money, which is kind of partially my case. I'm going to say partially. But one cool thing about Chasing Blades, what did I do with their sticker? I had a sticker of theirs and I moved everything and I think I misplaced their sticker. Anyway, one cool thing about Chasing Blades, one of the reasons they remain a favorite of mine, they do have a website called chasingblades.com. And again, they can be found on Whatnot under Chasing Blades. They generally do shows between Tuesday and Friday, so you're not gonna see anything this weekend. But one of the cool things about Chasing Blades is, regardless of whether a knife is like limited and is no longer being sold, like how do I put this? Like if you have a knife, a lot of times if they're no longer in production and you go on the secondary market, a lot of times those knives end up costing anywhere from 2-3 times as much as they normally would cost if you were able to buy them retail. Chasing Blades doesn't do that. If there's something out of stock, if there's something that's in back order, if there's something that's no longer being sold, they will continue to sell it at the best possible price you normally would have been able to get if it was still widely available. And that's one of the reasons why I like going back to them. They do a lot of traditional style knives. They do some moderns, and they'll generally be able to find anything that you want. All you have to do is ask. In my case, I get a lot of, unintended, case knives from them. This one is a black curly maple smooth canoe. And it's not, I have a few canoes. Canoe is a pattern. And when you're talking traditional knives and patterns, different patterns are like, where's that book I have? I have my book. This is what we're talking about in patterns. I have a little handbook, case handbook. This was nifty. These are patterns, knife pattern guide. You have like, oh, open it up to the baby butterbean. This one is a back pocket. There's the canoe, mini blackhorn, Barlow. Those are patterns. They're different styles of knives, I guess you can say. Copperlock, doctor's knife. This one is a canoe. I don't have too many of them. I have a couple. This is probably like maybe my third canoe. And it's a two-bladed pattern. You have a larger, I guess they call that a spear point, and a smaller pen blade. Pull these out. There we go. And this one is absolutely gorgeous. And another nice thing about going on Whatnot is a lot of times, obviously it's a live auction, so they're showing what they're selling, and that way you get a good idea of what you're going to be getting. In some cases, if they're selling a large volume, they might show you a sample and then they sell you a new one in box, things like that. But in a lot of cases, you can see exactly what you want to buy, or you can ask and see what exactly you're getting. This is, I said it was a, what would I call this one? Black curly maple wood smooth. Let's focus up on that one. There we go. I should grab my sunshine cloth. I always misplace my sunshine cloth right when I need it. There it is. I can polish this up a little bit. My chair is being, I need a new chair. That is the black curly maple. It's hard to see on the screen, but it's got a really nice sheen to it. And it's got this reflectiveness in these like waves. Maybe you can see a little bit on screen. It's much more evident when I'm holding it in the hand. But awesomely beautiful knife. I don't normally collect canoes. I don't know why. They're great patterns because you have two blades to them, one smaller than the other, but otherwise very similar in blade shape. So if you're using one and it starts to dull, you can always pull the other one out and just continue on working. There's no marking on the badge. I forgot what kind of badge they call that. It's a scroll, dog bone, I don't know. But an absolutely beautiful, oh, there we go. We got a lot of the reflection there in the wood. That was gonna be a little harder to show on the screen. But I love their curly woods. I don't know how to say it, because they have curly oak. This one's curly maple. A lot of times they have that reflective sheen to them, though, that makes them look absolutely gorgeous. It's a lot easier to see in hand. This one was from Chasing Blades. Pretty cool one. They call it a canoe because when you have them closed up, if you look at the main body of the knife, they kind of have, it's kind of shaped like a canoe. And then they have something called a butter bean, which is essentially the same thing, except just a lot smaller. But pretty darn neat. case has quickly become probably one of the largest collections I have in my collection, because they have so many awesomely beautiful natural materials they use on their knives, like the curly maple, the curly oak, various bones, like or horn, buffalo, things like that. It's hard not, once you get a few of them, it's hard not to collect these things. These run, let's see, I got this one for roughly around 80 something dollars, just under 90 bucks for this particular one. There you go, Terry. Yep, that's a canoe. Where's my coffee? Okay, got a few others. The other ones, I still got a modern of mix, or a mix of modern, a mix of modern and traditional. Let's go with, let's see, what's another one that I got this week? Let's go with this one. Excuse me. Still suffering from freaking drinking down the wrong tube. There we go. A lot of these I've actually already done videos on. So if you've been following my videos, you've seen some of these knives already. This one I got from, this was supposed to be Monthly Knife Club's January knife. And because of the weather in January and all that stuff, I actually didn't get until the beginning of February. But it's also my first knife from this manufacturer, and it's from Real Steel. I did already do a video on this. I thought it was pretty cool. Also being the first knife I've gotten from Real Steel. We got all the documentation here. I kept it in the box because I know I was going to unbox it for the second time during the live. They have a neat, like, explosion diagram of how the knife was put together. Especially if you decide you want to do, like, maintenance on it. Now that you got, like, how they have their button lock, their back lock, crossbar, a double detent ball, things like that, which I thought was really, really cool that they included that. Got a microfiber cleaning cloth of this one, and then this is the blade itself. Really nice microfiber cloth. I'm going to keep that out. But this is called the Griffin Pro, and it's in stonewash and denim micarta from Real Steel. Now, if you've seen a lot of knives, there's not too much I can say that's super different from this one, other than the fact that, first of all, it's a super smooth knife. Nice, grippy denim micarta scales, and very new-looking denim micarta than compared to what I usually see on other knives. Like, it has a nice deep blue to it, and it doesn't, or hasn't, like I haven't done anything with this, but it hasn't, like, a lot of times they'll, like, start to white out or look dry. This one hasn't yet, at any rate. We have 14C28N steel, which is really good for a budget blade. You can see on that blade. Hey, Stu, how you doing? You got Real Steel billboarding on one side. You have, I believe, the designer and 14C28N on the other side. You have, let's see here, not exactly a deep carry pocket clip. This one's non-reversible. This is on the budget end of their knives. We do have full steel liners in there, ball bearings, I believe, and it is a button lock. So the button is this right here. Just press that down, and it's a plunger style button lock. You can see the plunger move when I press the button. It moves off to the side to release the blade, or once the blade opens up, it'll drop down and lock in place. Got some jimping on the back. A finger choil allowing you to choke up on the blade. I believe this is a little over 3 inches long. And one neat thing is it does have a lock. So once the blade is open, you can push that switch upward, and that locks the blade in place. You can't press the button to unlock it. So nice and secure. I think a lot of times anytime I've seen this type of locking system, it's usually paired with a button style lock. And I think it's to alleviate people that get nervous, like if they're, what happens if I accidentally hit the button and then the blade drops? Personally, I haven't found a knife yet, anyway, that I really come close to accidentally hitting that button. So to me, on a lot of knives, I don't really find this to be a necessary thing. However, I can understand it alleviating some worry about that button. For me, I'm kind of neither here nor there. Whether, like, maybe if the button is in an odd spot where it might be easy to hit, like I don't notice it on this knife, especially with the different ways that I hold knives. I don't see my fingers really getting in the way or getting even close to hitting that button. Maybe if I held it like this, which would be kind of weird for me. Like if I hold it in weird places, I guess that would be great. It's a nice to have. So, I mean, I can't really complain about it. My biggest complaint about this one is just that it's not a deep carry pocket clip. I prefer a deep carry. I hate these types where they just sort of like angle back into the handle or scale. We got that little pinchy area. Yeah, just not a big fan of those. I prefer that sort of U-bend at the very back, making it a deep carry. That's me. That's my preference. Otherwise, pretty nice knife. My only other complaint is, now I belong to the tier 2 subscription plan for Monthly Knife Club, and that's normally $55 a month plus shipping and handling, which comes to be around like $65, roughly around there. And they generally advertise the knives that come in the Monthly Knife Club for that tier as being between 65 and some, and higher. This is the only knife I've gotten from them so far that when I went and looked at other retail sites was a bit lower by roughly about like anywhere from $10-15 than what I paid on the Monthly Knife Club. So now, granted, a lot of those places had the knife on sale as well, and only one place had this particular color, and that was Real Steel, or that was direct from Real Steel. And I know when Monthly Knife Club puts down the retail price of the knife that you're getting, they generally get the retail cost from the manufacturer. But even the manufacturer had this on sale for like 9% off. So this was the only knife I've gotten so far from Monthly Knife Club that I technically could have bought cheaper as opposed to getting through the club itself. But again, it's the only one that it's happened to, that I've gotten like that so far. So on average, it's been pretty good. Most often, I tend to get a pretty good savings, and a lot of times you'll get a knife that's just no longer available. So trying to find it and trying to get it, it's going to be almost impossible other than on the secondhand market. So yeah, you could get this for a little less on different sites. Real Steel, again, is the only place you're going to be able to get this blue denim micarta that I've been able to see. Hey, Alani, how you doing? So if you're interested in the Real Steel Griffin Pro, not a bad knife. Good steel, really slicey. It was actually really sharp out of the box. Very smooth cuts. I demonstrated this already on the video. Really nice finish on that edge. Nice factory edge. So really nice knife. And as of right now, pretty good price if you can find it. Like I said, I think it was just a hair under 50, not including tax, shipping, and handling. But I would give it a look. This was my first Real Steel, which got me excited because I've seen Real Steel knives before. I just never really nailed one down because I've gotten, I'd get distracted by other shiny stuff. And Real Steel is a manufacturer that, although I've seen a lot of their stuff I'm still not all that familiar with, but I've heard a lot of good things from them. So pretty awesome blade from Monthly Knife Club. Wish I had saved a little bit more, but it is what it is. Again, it's the only one that I got that I probably spent more through the club than getting it retail. But not a bad knife. Actually, a pretty darn cool knife. So I'm going to throw this back in the box real quick. And I've got a couple other knives to show you that I got new this week. One I'm really excited about. Actually, a couple I'm really excited about. Just put that in there for now. And then I will sort that out later. All right. Let's see. Which one do I want to go to next? Hold on a second. Okay, I know which one. The next knife I got. Now, I don't have too many of these. I'm getting more of them because they've kind of piqued my interest. I've only gotten, previous to this, I only had one. This is a buck knife. Now, this isn't new. I've had this for a while. These have been in production for a very long time. I believe they may be credited with being the first locking knife. I don't know. I know when they came about, people, traditional knives were everywhere. Slip joint knives were everywhere, but one of the main concerns with slip joint knives is the fact that the blade didn't lock, and therefore, if you weren't careful, the blade could close back on your hand. And I can't remember the gentleman's name. My apologies. I know his last name was Buck. Developed the back lock and came out with a 110. Back lock, nice secure lock. This is a knife icon. I don't know too many collectors that at the very least don't know what a buck is. I mean, everybody's familiar with this. The traditional styling, the amazing looking brass finish, the ebony wood, 420 HC steel, which is not exactly a premium steel, but Buck does a proprietary treatment to their 420 HC, which makes it head and shoulders above the 420 HC steel you might find from other manufacturers. But again, a very popular, well-known knife. Had to have one in my collection because it's just one of those. I call them like icons. When it comes to knife history. Awesome knife. My only problem with the Buck is it is a chonky knife. This thing's a hefty knife. These guys are weighty. Like this Buck. Where's my scale? I had my scale here just a moment ago. This Buck, your standard Buck, is going to run. Let's see here. What do we got? I can't read the thing. 7.3 ounces. That's a hefty knife to be carrying in your pocket. That's a chunky thing. So I set out to get a smaller one, and they have one called the Buck 112, which is essentially the same exact thing, except smaller blade, something that if you're in an area where you have a lot of places that have blade restrictions like I do, is more in line with those laws, and I can carry with less worry with a 3-inch blade. And that's what came in this week was the Buck 112. But I didn't get just any Buck 112. I got the wrong box is what I did. What did I do with it? Did it just fall over? Uh-oh. It fell over. Where did it fall? I was just holding it. There you are. No, that's not it. There you are. Okay. So this Buck comes in a very special box. You can see right here, it's a premium box, Buck knives. And it comes in a lot of nesting material, all this stuff. I don't have it in here. I have it in here. Got a nice black leather holster with it, so you could hook it onto your, or put it through your, or put your belt through it. And even came in a nice soft pouch. I'm actually doing this to sort of loosen the leather a little bit because it fit in there really tight. So the leather needs to be worked a little. Now this is the 112, and the reason why I took the 110 out is for size comparisons. There we go. This is the 112, and you can already see a difference in size. So a little smaller. Let me do that. Still the same brass scales, the same Taylor Guitars ebony wood on the inserts. Taylor guitar wood for the inserts. And the other thing you'll notice, it's still a backlock. There's a couple differences here between the 110 and the 112 that you don't normally see on your standard 112. First of all, there's no nail nick. And you have this odd shield right here. And what the shield is a button. This is the 112 automatic. So this is an automatic blade, which I thought was really, really cool. And there you go, size difference again. You got the Buck 110, Buck 112 automatic. Now the 110 also comes in an automatic version. They are considerably more expensive. I'm trying to remember how much I paid for this one. To be quite honest, I can't remember. It was just sub under $200, if I remember correctly. But there's the size difference. But I wanted the 112 because, again, it's a 3-inch blade, which put it in line with a lot of the areas that have blade restrictions around me. And I do have concealed carry, so I am actually allowed to carry a I'm allowed to carry an automatic knife. Really nice, smooth, quick action on this one. And interesting thing of note, unlike my other Kershaw, like I showed a Kershaw last week that was automatic to launch 20. To close the blade, it's still a back lock. So you got a really nice, strong locking mechanism, just like the 110. Except again, spring loaded, so it's automatic. And to close the blade, you have to depress this, just like you would on the 110 or the old 112, to disengage the back lock, and then you fold the blade over. The only difference is because there's a spring, you're fighting, we're not having a fight really, but you're going to feel some spring tension as you're closing the blade. And you're going to feel that tension right from the beginning all the way through. Unlike this one, since there's no spring tension, you want to be careful. And you slap that shut. But just a really awesome version of the 112. It is still a chonky knife, admittedly. Probably still one of the heavier pocket knives I've got in my collection, because of the, just all the brass in there, the wood inserts, and the fact that you've got the locking mechanism in there. How heavy was this one? It's still got some weight to it. Let's zero that out. The 112 automatic comes in at 5.9 ounces. Whereas what was the 110? 7.3. So still a weighty blade, but much easier to carry. I know for 2026, Buck is coming out with even slimmer versions where what they've done is they slimmed down the scales even further and even added a pocket clip for those that want something they can throw in their pocket a lot easier and don't want to have to worry about carrying around in a leather holster. but I thought this was really cool. And kind of funny that, you know, I don't normally get a lot of automatic knives, but Kershaw, the Launch 20, and this one, and I have another one that didn't make it this week that I'm waiting on. Not an automatic knife. I'm not going to say what it is yet, but it's going to be another first of my collection. I can't wait to get it. It's going to be from Remet, and I can't wait to show you guys. But anyway, I know I'm squirreling around. Really awesome knife, very well centered in there. Same 420 HC steel. Nice, good kick to this. It's got a surprising amount of kick, because when you consider how heavy this handle is, it negates a lot of that slap when it opens up, just because of the weight. And it still kicks a bit when you hit the button, which means it's got a nice strong spring to it. But solid construction, absolutely gorgeous in my opinion. I love the look of the buck. Just something about it just screams like, I don't know, it's classy looking to me. Happy Saturday, Sirens. How you doing? So that's the Buck 112 automatic. They also have one, I believe, that's an Elite, which I think you can get in Magna Cut steel. I've been looking at their Buck has a custom factory, which is really dangerous, because I'm going to be getting one. I'm going to order one. But you can get any, well, I don't know about the automatic, but the standard 112, the standard 110, they have a few other models, I think like the 113 Skinner and various others, where you can go on their website and you get to customize what you want. And I've been playing around with their website, and I was looking at getting another 112, a non-automatic, and you got different woods for the insert. You can go with the brass or nickel scales, and you can also change the steel. You have your 420. You can get 420 HC with like a mirror polish, S35 VN steel for the blade, and you can even get Magna Cut for the blade, which is what I have set for my current customized 112. I haven't ordered it yet. I haven't pressed that button, but I've been pricing different materials out. You can even have engravings done on the blade, things like that. Just really, really cool. And I'll be utilizing that tool in the future. It's going to take, if I remember correctly, if you go to their their custom website, I think they said it takes about 6 to 8 weeks lead time. So I can order it, but it will take like a couple months to get here. But I'm definitely going to place an order for one, because the thought of getting a 112, even, it doesn't have to be the automatic, but the thought of getting a 112, and what I was looking at was polished nickel bolsters or scales, and then Magna Cut steel and some different wood. Oh, they look gorgeous. So let's get that back in there. And I'm going to put the 112 away. I've got actually only one more knife, I believe, that I got this week. And then we can get on with any other chat. Oh, you got the Para 3 lightweight. Hey, Co-Bunny, how you doing? You got the Para 3 lightweight? How you like it? Now, I've got the Para 3 salt. So I know, if I remember correctly, the lightweight has FRN scales. And I've been told it might have like one bushing on it. I can't remember. I know there's not bushing, washer. I can't remember how they did that one. Either way, I've heard really good things about the lightweight version. Yeah, perfect. The Para 3 is great. I love my Para 3. You should. Where is it? It's still a weird looking blade to me, but it's an awesome knife. Mine's the Salt with the G10 and the Magna Cut. I like the compression lock. It is still a goofy looking blade, in my opinion, but still great knife, super ergonomic. I think the lightweight might be a little thinner than mine. I believe. I could be wrong. But really grippy scales. What steel is yours made out of? I don't know what I don't know what the steel is on the lightweight. You have to let me know. Okay, sorry about that. I had a coffee. I drinked. Really, is that a word? I drank coffee, and I went it went down the wrong tube, so I had a massive coughing fit there. Like right when I began, I drank some coffee, went down the wrong tube. Okay, so BD1N, is it the all black? Is it the all black version? I'm sorry, man. Like, I'm still coughing. Hold on. I'll just stop muting it. You'll just have to deal with the coughs. BD1N, I'm not familiar with that steel. I don't think I've seen BD1N in anything other than Spyderco. I'm curious if what you have, Sirens, is the all black version, because I'm surprised to see the all black version still has a DLC coating on the blade. DLC coatings tend to be really pricey. Okay, non DLC blade. Okay, I was gonna say, because I know that would have jumped the price up on that. Pretty blade though. Yeah, I'm getting used to them. I still think they look a little goofy on the goofy side, but I've definitely grown to appreciate and like them. Really slicey blade, especially from a usage standpoint. They're just a great blade to use. My favorite is still personally the Sage 5. I like the shape. You still get that little ramp up on here for the thumb. It's not as big as the Para 3, but it's still there. So the Sage 5 personally has to be my favorite, but it's close. Like I wouldn't turn my nose up on a Para 3 because they are awesome knives. I still want to get a second Para 3 in Spy 27 because I got the Spy 27 version of the Sage 5. Now I want one for the Para 3. I got to stop. They said that once I went Spyderco, things would start to go nuts, and they are. If you remember last week, I finally got the Manix. My only problem with the Manix is the Manix 2 is I wish they came out with a smaller version. I would have loved something 3 inches in between. I would say between 3 and 2.5, preferably larger than 2.5. But I'd be fine with anything between 3 and 2.5 inches. But similar blade profile, that more leaf-like blade. Still get a bit of the ramp up here, really aggressive jimping on the back, but super ergonomic. Well, that's the big thing with Spydercos is they might look weird to some people, to a lot of people, but once you get them in the hand, oh my god, they're so nice. They are just so nice. Am I going to get any scales for my Spyderco? I've been contemplating it. The problem with getting scales for any of my Spydercos is if I want a good set of scales, or at least the scales that I've been looking at. Like if I wanted to go titanium scales, which are you got some beautiful ones. They get really pricey. To the point of where, like, do I want to get scales? Or do I want to get a new knife? And more often than not, I start leaning towards the new knife. Now, the thing with the scales on the Spydercos that I have, though, is I'm happy with them. This was the only one where I wasn't sure I was going to be happy with the scales, was the Sage 5 Salt with the yellow FRN. And the funny thing is, after I got it in and, you know, got it in hand and looked at it, I'm actually fine with the yellow and the black hardware in there. To me, looks actually really, really cool. I like the look. I don't have too many yellow knives, and so I really like the look of it. So my desire to, like, my thing was, I was going to, if I wasn't going to get new scales, I was going to dye this, because I was already in my head thinking I'm not going to like it. You know, at least I'm not going to like the color. So I even have, hold on, it's been sitting here for the longest time collecting dust now. There it is. I even went so far as to get myself a little camp stove and some RIT dye, because I was all prepared to color that thing. Okay, I was all prepared to color it. Obviously, I haven't even opened that bottle yet or used the camp stove, because after I got it in hand, I was just like, you know what, I like it. I actually like it. So my desire to change the scales or even dye the scales on this sort of died out. I mean, it's possible that desire to change them may come up again later on in the future. Yeah, I thought it would bother me. But after I got it, you know, and got a chance to look at it, it's like, I like it. I don't know. I don't know about AliExpress. I know a lot of people that get stuff from AliExpress and are happy. I also know a lot of people that get stuff from AliExpress, like AliExpress, Temu, Wish, are the other ones, and they were very unhappy. I know, like, some people that got a bunch of stuff for they plan to use for work that they got on Wish, and they were utter trash. And I know that's their experiences. There are manufacturers of scales that I would prefer to go with. Like, there was a lot that was recommended to me, or a couple that were recommended. I shouldn't say a lot, but a couple that were recommended to me that were supposed to be pretty much, from what a lot of people say, the top tier when it comes to quality. Hold on. But you, Temu, no. Like, Flightanium, Applied Weapons Tech was a big one. Applied Weapons Tech, Rock Scale Design. I believe DLT Trading was another one. But the one that seemed to be like mentioned the most happens to be AWT, or Applied Weapons Tech. So I'm looking at some of their stuff. But yeah, their stuff can get pricey. Their stuff can get really pricey. So yeah, it's always been that, do I want to get the scales, or do I want to get a new knife? And more often than not, I go towards the new knife. So it still may happen. I will say this: if I do get a new set of scales for any of the Spyderco that I have, I'm definitely going to go ahead. I'm going to do my best to wait for it, or to wait for my live, and we'll do the scale replacement live, so you guys can see how that goes. It's just a matter of me wanting to buy the scales and then do that. So look for that possibly in the future, but I can't say exactly when, because I'm happy with what they currently are now. So yeah, the desire to replace a lot of that stuff isn't as strong as it was. I almost forgot. I do have one more knife that I got this week. This one I've been waiting for. I haven't done a video on this yet, so you guys get to see me open this one for the first time. This one, this is a company that surprised the hell out of me. Oh, you're tempted to pick up a $10 benchmark off. If you want, I'm not going to tell you what to do, what not to do with your money. Do you currently have a Benchmade, Sirens? Because if you already have a Benchmade, I'd say do that and do a comparison. I don't even have a true Benchmade yet. I've been looking at one. It's like $200. Ow. So I don't even have a Benchmade yet because I've got a lot of Benchmade killers that a lot of companies advertise as Benchmade killers, and so I have so many Benchmade alikes from other manufacturers, Kaiser, Savivi, I'm forgetting who else, CJRB. Name a manufacturer, a knife manufacturer. I probably got their bug out killer. And I've got all these bug out killers, but I don't have a bug out myself. I still want to get one so I can do a proper comparison, but they are pricey. And what I mean by pricey, like I do have more expensive knives than the one I'm looking at, but I'm talking about they're pricey when you look at materials and cost. Okay, when you're looking at things like blade steel, scale material, and things like that, and the cost for that versus a lot of other companies, I'm seeing like nicer materials for less cost than the Benchmade. So it's, I have to weigh that. And anytime I look at the Benchmades, I get a little like iffy. Now, I have this thing with clones. I'm going to say, well, I have this thing. If it's a clone, if it's well, you have your difference. And we've mentioned this before. You got your clone, you got your counterfeits. Don't go for any counterfeits. If you want to get a clone, I would probably look at Gonzo. See if I'm pretty sure Gonzo has a bug out clone. I think I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Gonzo has a bug out clone. It's kind of like how Gonzo has a clone of the Delica 4 that I've been still currently testing out. But they're a clone. They're not a counterfeit. A counterfeit is trying to fool you into making you think it's an actual bug out when it's not. A clone that makes no they're not looking to deceive you. They're obviously a clone, but they're not using any branding of the true item. They have their own branding. They tell you what it's made of. They're not doing any deception. Okay, they're not being deceptive in what they're doing. And I would see if Gonzo has something like that. If you want something that's a clone of the bug out, but not the cost. So far, the Gonzo that I've been playing around with is actually surprisingly decent. I do have my issues with it. I do have quite a few issues with it. But then again, when you look at the cost, you decide, you kind of have to weigh, are you fine with those issues considering how cheap it is? The reason why I'm leery of counterfeits is A, counterfeits are illegal to begin with. 2, you can never be sure about the way they handle their materials, their heat treatments, quality control, and not to mention support afterwards if something goes wrong is just never going to be on par with the legitimate thing. It just won't be. But I completely understand. The legally distinct whole, the less, I don't want to say cheap metal, but it is a much lesser expensive metal. It's a very inexpensive metal. But what was I saying? I completely, I completely squirreled out. I completely squirreled out. No, I completely understand when, like, because I myself am leery about the price of this of the Benchmade. So I'm always on the lookout for trying for a good deal. What if I can nail down a good deal on a true Benchmade, I will probably try to grab one of them so I can do a more proper comparison, but not until I can get myself a good deal on it. There is one that I am eyeballing from Benchmade that I believe is a bug out or mini bug out. I can't remember, but they came out with it. It's new for this year, and they're using MagnaCut as opposed to S30V steel, and it's supposed to be the same price, but still going to be $200. So I'm hoping I can find a way to get a good deal on it. And if I can get a good deal, I'm going to grab one of those. So that way I can at least say, hey, I've got a Benchmade. Here's how it compares, and here's how all those Benchmade killers that I've got compared to the actual Benchmade. But that's not to say I don't have knives that are more expensive than that. What would my price be on a? It depends. Because I mean, I can get a good MagnaCut. Well, okay. Kershaw's bug out killer was their Bel Air, and right now you can get the original Bel Air with MagnaCut steel, and it runs. I think last I saw 144 for that model. So brand new MagnaCut steel blade, aluminum scales. This is their bug out killer. And it's roughly like almost $60 less than the new bug or the new MagnaCut steel one that Benchmade is coming out with. If I can get closer to this in cost, like closer to, I mean, like 160 maybe, then I might nail one down. I know that might be a stretch, but and both knives US made. That Kershaw is US made. So it's still getting Kershaw is killing it with a lot of their MagnaCut knives, because you're getting USA made MagnaCut for probably some of the best prices on the market. I keep getting squirreled. Hold on a second. I had a horrendous sneeze. Oh god. A little stuffing. Okay. Let me get this one out of the way. And we'll go on with some questions. This is the last knife that I've got for this week. And this is one that I've been waiting on. And it's from a manufacturer that has been surprising me all last year, because they've come out with some fantastic knives, both in the premium realm and their budget realm. Okay. And I don't think they have a separate budget line. Like, for example, Concept, which is another favorite of mine. Concept you've got Concept, and then you have Tenable, which is Tenable's Concept's like budget line. This isn't from Concept, but this is from another manufacturer that has been continuing to surprise the hell out of me. And they've come out with the likes of, like, you have the Meteor, you have the Sacred Falcon, their premium stuff, and then you start going to their budget line, like the Wild Species, and the Rhino. This one happens to be a limited edition Rhino, and I'm talking about Ramet. Ramet has been surprising the crap out of me because of their innovation in terms of like how they do their locking mechanisms, materials, cost, and looks. A lot of their knives look absolutely gorgeous. I was trying to talk through a burp. Absolutely gorgeous. And I love how they do their locking mechanisms on some of their premium knives, where like this is I don't know if you call that a liner or a frame lock. I lean towards frame lock on the Meteor, but it's a button actuated, I'm going to say frame lock, button actuated frame lock that not only can you use the button, and I've said this before, but they still make the traditional way of using that lock available, and I can still do this without using the button. And the same thing with the Saker Falcon. They have a pivot lock or pivot button on this one that I can use, but they still make the frame lock available. So if you're just used to using the frame lock, you can just push that over like you would any other frame lock instead of using the pivot. Their premium or their budget lines have been absolutely fantastic, where, yeah, these can get pretty pricey, but their budget lines using more budget-minded materials, obviously, like the 14C28N, G10 scales, still absolutely great knives. The Wild Species, the Rhino is one of my favorite budget knives from them, and the Rhino has a button-actuated liner lock. Again, I can use the button, or they have a generous enough cutout where I can still use my thumb to close the blade without using the button. I just think that's really neat. The fact that they'll make something with a button lock, but it's very obvious as to what the lock does, and you can still manipulate it in that original way. I just realized my notifications aren't muted. There we go. What's the difference between a frame lock, hey, William, and a liner lock? Okay, this one's a little harder to explain because of the way they made it. This is probably more of a nested liner lock, and I'm going to try not to get into too many goofy details. Okay, let me see if I can find, okay, that's a liner lock, so we'll use that as an example. This is, let me get a better example of frame lock. And then I can show you a little better on what I'm talking about here. I need a better frame lock. Okay, I got my Rebet Two-Face. This one's a frame lock. Now, a liner lock is created, you've got your inner liner, okay? And when you open the blade, that liner is bent. You can see like a weak point. I shouldn't call it a weak point, but you can see a cutout where it allows a little bit more flexibility in the liner. And then when you open the blade, when the blade's open fully, the liner springs in and sits beneath the blade, locking it in position. Okay, frame locks work generally in the same way, except it utilizes the entire frame as the locking mechanism. It's still cut out, okay? You have a little area where it's a little bit more flexible. And when the blade's opened, it does the same thing where it moves into position. Now, it didn't move fully into position because I opened it really slow, but you can see it moves into position under the blade and locks the blade then locks the blade up. And the biggest difference is it's using the entire frame to lock that blade. And a lot of people consider it a much stronger lock because the amount of steel behind the blade tends to be a lot bigger, a lot thicker. So you have more material locking that blade up. And a lot of times on the frame lock, they also reinforce it. I don't know if you can see it here, but there's another piece of reinforcement metal. I'm trying to see if there's another, if I have another frame lock that might show it a little better than that. Let's see. This might show it. This one is a Best Tech. Let me see if this shows it. I don't know if it'll, it's kind of hard to see because it's in there. This is another frame lock. You can see it utilizes the frame. And there's a piece of, another hardened piece of metal inside there that reinforces it. And that's also supposed to aid in the longevity and the lockup. But these are considered to be a lot stronger in terms of lockup because of the amount of material that's used when locking the blade up that way. And I'm sure other people have various other explanations, more, you know, physics-oriented explanations. I don't know all about it, But you know, it's. I'm trying to think. My brain locked up. But yeah, I think it has to do a lot with the amount of material that's used. And like in that case, that was a titanium scaled knife with a frame lock on there. So you have a titanium frame locking it up, a lot more material to that titanium frame. You also have, I think it was a steel insert. With liner locks, a lot of times it's a steel liner, tends to be thinner in general. And so you don't have as much mass underneath the blade. They're still considered to be really good locking mechanisms. Top liner locks are similar to liner locks, but the way they position themselves are, they position themselves beneath the blade in a way that makes them super secure, which is the reason why a lot of people like liner locks. But yeah, that's how you tell a difference. And I mean, that's why you see a lot of frame locks on premium knives, I think. Personally, I'm neither here nor there with them. My favorite type of lockup probably would be like the top liner locks, type liner lock style. That Manix 2 has an awesome lockup. The compression lock is just a type of liner lock. I'm calling it a type of liner, but very secure, is another favorite of mine. Those are on Spyderco's. Crossbar locks are super strong. I just know a lot of people complain about like the springs on those, but they're, I mean, when you take physics in consideration, super, super strong lock. I might have gone a little far on that one. I hope that answered your question. I'm sorry. I go off the deep end. Okay. Oh yeah, we were talking about this. We were talking about Remettes. The reason I was talking about Remette was because the last knife that I got this week is from Remette. Unboxing this now. What we have here, and it's funny, I remember the first time I opened a Remette box, I didn't know how to open it, and I cut the box open. This is called, I think this was new for 2026. This is called their Steed. Probably one of the pricier Remettes I've gotten at just a hair under 300. You know what? I give it. I can stay there. Oh, this is my first time looking at it. I got this one in blue carbon fiber flake. I'll take a look at that real close. This is called the Steed. You know what? I don't have the information up on this one. First time looking at this thing. I saw this come out, and I managed to get a pretty darn good deal on this from Whatnot. I got this from was it Blade City or Going Gear? Oh no, I got this from Going Gear. GoingGear.com, but I got it from one of their Whatnot shows. So I actually got this at a really good price, almost like at a steal, because these normally ran. They have a DLC, like an entirely DLC coded version that, if I remember correctly, runs around $290. And I think these ran. Hold on, what do they have? What do they show on Remette? Let me look at the Steed on Remette. Of course, I can't find it now. Where are you? They have another one called the Cool Leopard, but that ran north of 300, which is why I haven't gotten that yet. My limit tends to be around $300. After that, I'm like, I don't know if I want to put that much money into it. Where's the Steed? Why am I not seeing the Steed? Okay, there we go. The Steed. They do come in different finishes and different colors. The full DLC version runs at $290. This version, which does come in different colors also, I have the blue carbon fiber flake. They have the, I think they call it pink, but it looks more purple carbon fiber flake, and then yellow. Those run about 275. Yeah, 275, or the DLC is 290. The DLC, it's an entirely like DLC coated blade and titanium scales with carbon fiber flake inserts like this one would have. It's just DLC coated. And they also have one they call it's like a micarta, a type of micarta insert instead of the carbon fiber flake, which runs, I think they run about the same. Yeah, they run about the same. Except they're about 275 for the non-DLC, 290 for the DLC coated. Okay, so this is the Remet RT Steed, just unboxed. First time actually holding this thing. You have no idea how hard it was not to like play around with it. It is a frame lock, but it is a button actuated frame lock. We've got M390 steel, like I said, titanium scales. We've got more, I don't know, they're thumb studs, but they're shaped differently than your typical round ones. So you can see there. We have a full liner on the back, a pen style pocket clip, which I believe, is that reversible? I don't know. Because it looks like it's got a cutout, so I'm going to lean towards non-reversible for the pocket clip. With the particular blue carbon fiber flake, I have blue highlights or collar around the pivot, and got an inset lanyard hole right on the butt end there. See how the blade lockup is. Nicely centered in the well there. I like that. Really gorgeous. What was the size on this? What's the specs? Give me 1 second, and I want to make sure I'm looking at the right one. We have on this one a overall length of 7.87 inches, blade length of just a hair over 3 inches at 3.07, close it's 4.61 inches, and a knife weight of 4.48 ounces. M390 steel, like I said before, flat grind blade, and it is going to be a drop style profile, titanium and carbon fiber handle, and the finish is sandblasted effect on the titanium. I don't know what kind of finish it is on the blade itself. We have cage ceramic ball bearings in there, and like I said before, a button frame lock. Button frame lock meaning I can use the button to unlock the blade. Thumb studs felt really nice. There's the button. It's pretty nicely inset there. Pops out just a little bit when I pop the blade open. No movement. Nice secure lockup. Looks like the frame lock gets under that blade pretty nicely. You can see where they have a metal insert to reinforce. But nice chunky titanium lock. You can see where they do the cutouts to get so that way you have that area of flex there, the frame lock. I don't have too many that have full backliners, but that's really, really nice. Got some jimping back there, and 2 spots on the back, and jimping on the back of the spine here. Pretty comfortable jimping. It's not very aggressive. Got a nice finger choil to choke up on. That's pretty good. Feels really comfy. That feels really good in the hand. Nice little curve. You got a little swell, little belly swell here. And I don't know if that's the flex point. Doesn't really I don't think it really adds to the grip. It can a little bit. I can feel it back there. Nice and smooth edges. I really like the looks of this one. And again, button frame lock. I can pop that open. I can also just use my thumb. And they have a generous enough cutout here where I don't have to dig my nail in. Obviously, I can just use the button, but if I want, I can just move the frame lock over with my thumb and then close the blade. That's pretty sweet. Premium steel, the M390. Why would I spend this much money on a blade like this? Because they're pretty. It appears to be a very functional knife. I like the blade shape. I'll wipe that fingerprint off. Satin finish or bead blast finish on the blade. Let's see here. It looks like it's already got some oil on the pivot. So I don't think I have to worry about that, but very smooth because of the ball bearings. The button lock or the thumb studs kind of have a smooth point. They got a little bit of texturing, or I don't know what they call that type of texturing with the ladder or step like texturing on the thumb studs. The shape is a little odd because it's not something that I'm normally used to, but it works really well. Again, very smooth operation. That's pretty sweet. I'm going to test this out. Let's see how this is on some paper. Where did I put my paper? There we are. Reach. There we go. Let's see how they did with the factory edge on this. I have no doubt that they did a really good job with it. Yeah. Nice. Oh, that just swims through. From choil to tip. That is really nice. Nice edge on that one. No burrs or anything, obviously, just swam through that paper. Really good finish on this. I'm going to do another test just because I can. I've been having fun with these toilet paper rolls. Well, if I can remove all the toilet paper off of them. Not even challenge. Just easily goes right through. Catches it immediately. Doesn't even push it off to the side. That's nice. I don't know. What do you think? I like it. Nice, clean lines. Very beautiful knife. I wasn't sure. Originally, I wanted the purple. I actually got outbid on the purple. I had a set price of what I wanted to pay. And like I said, I got this one on Going Gear. I got it through one of their whatnot auctions. So I actually got a really good deal. I know it's like $275 was what it was showing for on Remet's website. And they're pretty much in line with every other retailer that I saw out there. Everywhere else I've seen it, it's been about $275 for this version, the DLC being about $280. On Whatnot, I believe what did I get it on Whatnot? Hold on, I'm gonna look. Because I don't want to. Now, granted, I got it during their auction, and they did start the auction at $1, which was probably their mistake. Sometimes if they have sometimes if they have like a lot of people watching, they have a really good group, sometimes they'll start their auctions low. Obviously, you got a lot of people that are bidding, so it's gonna jump up. But they start, if I remember correctly, they started it at $1. I think I paid $230 for it. Normally, again, $275. That if you go anywhere else, it'd be about $275 plus tax. and depending on the retailer, shipping could be free, or if you want to expedite shipping, that'd be more. So I think, if I recall, I did about 230 for this one. Going to be 275 everywhere else. That, again, one of the big reasons why I love going on Whatnot. A, I can get a great deal. B, I spend a lot of money because it's hard when you come across great deals on Whatnot. It gets very easy to be like, ooh, I can save a lot of money if I just bought it, and then you end up buying more. But yeah, I got this for about 230 on Whatnot through Going Gear during one of their auctions. Normally 275 any other retailer out there. I think some people were they were bidding on the DLC. I was actually shooting for a DLC version, and then they sold out, if I remember correctly. And the DLCs, I've seen people. I think the lowest I saw the DLC go was like 240 something, maybe 250. So they got a great deal on their DLC ones. I think the one I got this at was probably one of the lower end, because I saw auctions running between 230 and 245. I think people were bidding up on these. I think one of these might have gone for like 225 and a different color. I think it might have been a purple, and I missed out on that. But I managed to snag one at 230. So really good deal off of Whatnot from Going Gear. Awesome knife. Hey, how you doing, out Context Emperor, or Thomas, if I remember correctly? How you doing? So really awesome blade. I'm liking it. I haven't done a separate video on this yet, but that will be forthcoming sometime this upcoming week, as soon as I have a chance to work on another video. I've still got a couple other videos I'm working on editing, but I'll focus more on this on its own video, and hopefully have that uploaded sometime next week. So that's the last of the new knives that I've gotten this last week. This one I've been waiting for a little bit. Didn't make it in time for last week's. I think I got this. I've been sitting with this knife in the box since freaking Monday. You know how hard that is not to open a box that you know contains something really cool for a whole friggin' week? It's not easy. But this is probably going to be the most expensive knife I've got for a while, because yeah, that one was a pretty chunky expense. I don't normally go. I think this makes it one of. It's not my most expensive knife, but probably one of them, or it's definitely one of them. I think this one was. Where is it? This has to be probably the most expensive knife on my collection. This one was. I didn't pay it that amount, but this one normally runs over 300. This is the Remet Two-Face. Also a frame lock. And awesome knife, designed by Osho, who's an awesome knife designer. He's designed some of my favorite knives, like the Kaiser Bulldog, for example, was another one that he designed that I really, really like. He's got a couple other designs, actually on Kaiser, made by Kaiser, that I still have yet to get. But again, I get distracted by other shiny stuff. I just haven't gotten to them. But those are probably my two most expensive ones right there. I know these aren't. It's subjective. I know people that have knives in excess of $1,000. This would be nothing to them. For me, these are pricey as hell. I eat a lot of ramen. I eat more ramen than I should in order to grab particular knives. I am probably. I'm debating. I haven't done so yet, but I am getting close to thinking about actually holding another auction. I haven't exactly decided whether I'm going to do one. I'm thinking about it, mainly because I've got quite a lot of knives in my collection. I'm thinking of putting some up for sale to make room for others, and to help, help me get some new stuff that I know is coming out for 2026. There's a lot of new stuff coming out for 2026. My only thing is I hope it's going to be it's not going to be more more variations of the crossbar lock. There's so many crossbar lock knives out there. I've got so many crossbar lock knives. I want to see newer stuff like how Remet does the button activate or the button actuated frame or frame locks and things like that. Or I want to see stuff like just weird stuff like the Hazard, the Scorpion lock. I want to see new things come out, and I'm really hoping more come out this year. What am I looking to sell? Like I said, I haven't really decided yet. I have to look at my collection. I've got a few Civivis I already know that I wouldn't mind parting with, mainly because I've got a couple that were extras that I've gotten from like like one of them I got from the Monthly Knife Club, come to think of it, and then I already had one. Where is it? I don't think I have that box out at the moment, because the one I have, if I were to sell it, would be the one that I still currently have in the box. But the knife I'm talking about would be the Civivi Tarax, because I have more than one of these. I don't need more than one in my collection. I do have knives that I carry that I buy more than once. And usually, if I have more than one of the same knife in my collection, it's because I really, really, really like the knife. Like the Bel Air. I have two Bel Airs, for example. I have two types of Spyderco Sage 5s. Other cases, like in the Tarax, I already had the knife, and then I got it either through, like, say, a Monthly Knife Club. I got another knife that was exactly the same, or say I want to give away, or it was thrown in as an extra. Like I bought a knife and they included another knife in my order that I already had. Things like that. I have another one of these, the Civivi Tarax, currently in a box, unused, obviously, and all that. Technically, it's pre-owned because I'm not a distributor. I'm not a dealer. I'm a collector. So technically, it's pre-owned because I own it. But brand new in the box, never used. That would go. I have another knife that's like that. I can't remember off the top of my head. I have them all in a box, but it's tucked away in my closet, and I'd have to pull everything out. But that's one. Oh, wait. Hold on a second. Maybe I didn't throw it that deep in my closet. No, never mind. That's not the right box. I thought I had it out. Which one's this one? No, that's a baby banner. Okay. Never mind. I thought I had them out. They're kind of buried in there. But those knives, I'm thinking about selling. Yeah, I'd have to do some. I'd have to do some real thinking. But that's just an example. Other knives that I'm thinking of selling, I might cut down on my Rough Rider collection. I still have quite a lot of Rough Rider knives, which are more inexpensive traditional knives, because I'm realizing I've got a lot of traditional knives, and I've been collecting a lot of case knives, and I want to make more room for some of the case that I've got, and I'm willing to let go of some of my Rough Riders. Rough Riders they're made in China. They're relatively inexpensive, and when I say inexpensive, they can kind of range. I've gotten some for $10 on auctions, but they can go up to as high as like $50, $60, depending on the knife. Like I've got some limited edition or premium Rough Riders, like the black labels and things like that. Those tend to be their more expensive knives, and when I say more expensive, they lean towards the $50 end for traditional knives. I also have some like odd ones, like I have like a massive sized 8-inch trapper, I believe, from Rough Rider. Things like that. I don't know if I'm going to sell the massive one, but I'd have to go through my collection. But that's what I'm thinking of. Trying to trim down a little bit so I have room for more. If you know what I mean. So that's a thought. I haven't decided yet. I mean, I've done sales on Whatnot. I have my own Whatnot account, obviously. I actually have a Buy It Now that's more filled with like Labubu toys and shoes. Actually, there's another pair of shoes I've got to add in there because my girlfriend got a pair of shoes. Oh, that's the one thing you got to be careful of. I guess she was like half asleep, and she was on a channel looking at giveaways and random stuff. It happened to be a shoe channel. Okay. And I guess she was half asleep and she went to grab her phone and inadvertently swiped or bid. Okay. Inadvertently, there's a little swipe button you hit or a button you press to place a bid on something that's currently being auctioned. She had accidentally bid and I think paid close to around 90 or 90 something dollars for a pair of sneakers that don't even fit her, and she won the bid. Didn't even realize it until it came in. I'm like, why'd you buy these? She's like, what? And the cool thing about Whatnot is they have they have what's called a video receipt, so you can see the moment in the show where you won anything and played it back, and true enough, she bid on it. So I've got like, I don't know if I put those in the shop yet or not. I thought I did. It's like a $90 pair of shoes or sneakers. They're nice sneakers, but they're small, or at least for either of us. And if they're not in the shop already, I have to put them up. I thought I did. But yeah, I still have a Buy It Now shop currently running on Whatnot that just has like a lot of guitar pedals and other stuff that you can go in and just outright buy. You don't have to bid on them. But I haven't run a show in a long time. I ran like maybe 3 shows at one point. To me, it's kind of stressful. I mean, it's kind of fun, but it's a bit stressful to run. Part of that has to be with me and the way I look at tracking and stuff like that, because like I hound the mailman. You know, I keep an eye on every tracking number, and I'm just like, you know, my head like a dog poking his head out the window, waiting for that mailman to come. And that's when I receive packages. I'm just as bad as when I send a package out. I keep the tracking number, and then I'm watching, you know, when is it going to hit the destination? Because I know how I feel when I get something either late or lost. And I hate the idea of somebody feeling the same way waiting for a package from me. So it's like doubly stressful. You know, trying to hold the show and then send everything out, and then like being paranoid something's going to happen to the item that I shipped out. So yeah, I don't hold them very often. But I am debating holding one somewhat soon. Maybe I have to go through my entire collection again, because I need to know, because obviously if it's only just like a small handful of knives, it might not be worth running an entire show just to sell like 5 knives. If I can pull like 15 to 20 knives, then I'd be more inclined to run an actual auction and then try to sell those on Whatnot. And I might do some like little giveaway or something like that, you know, include some of the EDC Squirrel stickers that you see up there with any purchase, stuff like that. So that's an idea I'm just tossing around in my head. Haven't exactly nailed it down yet, but yeah, once I'm able to go through my entire collection and see what I'm willing to get rid of, because I have, like I said, I've held a couple whatnot auctions already and gotten rid of a lot of stuff that I was willing to, you know, take out of my collection. So I've already gone through my collection before, but that's been several months ago. So I want to take another look at my collection, see if any of my thoughts have changed on some of the knives that I still have. And obviously those knives that I have doubles of inadvertently, that I wasn't planning on having doubles of, like the Tarax, for example. I've already got this one. I've got another one sitting in the box. I know I have another knife that I have a double of sitting in the box. I just can't remember what it was off the top of my head. This one, the only reason why I even remember this was because people have asked me about it. And I'm I just gotta think of what I'd be willing to part with. That's all. Once I can set that down, then I can nail down whether I'm going to hold a show or not and when. That's the thought. Any other questions? I'm just having fun chatting with you guys. We're at the point of where I'm just up for some chat, talk about knives that you guys have gotten, questions about my own collection, things I might be planning. I don't know. Welcome to the knife chat portion of the show. If I look back on some of the older comments, yeah, the rhinos are some of my favorite Remet knives. They're inexpensive. I mean, you can get rhinos. You can get Remet rhinos as low as like under $40. I mean, I've seen them go for under $40. Like, where is it? Where's my rhinos? Like, this is the original color rhino that I had. I think I got that for around $40. This one I believe I got for like $35. This one I got on an auction. In fact, I think I got this one from Blade City, and it's the same. I mean, 14C28N steel. This one just happens to have a that's not a DLC, but it's all blacked out, but same function, everything, just different color, all blacked out versus the I believe this is green G10. You got a button activated liner lock that you can still use the liner lock without having to use the button. Thumb studs. They have a front flipper, but admittedly that's the one feature I don't like on the rhinos. Their front flipper is kind of eh. That's one thing I feel Remet needs to do better, is their front flipper. It's not the easiest front flipper to use. But the rhinos are a great size. They're 3-inch blade. So in regards to like me being able to carry the rhinos, they look bigger than they are. But they're great blades. 14C28N's great steel. And if you're lucky, you can get rhinos in like Blade City. They've done a lot of collaborations with Remet, where this one was the Ultimate Warrior. I don't think you can get this one anymore. This was their Ultimate Warrior camo carbon. They had, like, I don't know if they're still available, a Miami Vice color variation. They have other color variations that a lot of times you can only get through some whatnot sellers. Like this one, if you look at the pivot, you can see Blade City's logo there on the pivot itself. And a lot of these tend to run very limited. I can't remember how many of these were made. I'd like to say between 50 to 100 of these were made, and then that's it. The only way you're going to find them again is generally the secondhand market for this type of color. Now, these are going to run a little bit more expensive for the collaborations. Still 14C28N steel, but I believe these were closer to like $90 versus the $40 for this particular colorway. These I remember, I think they sold out really quickly. I actually had set my alarm in the morning so that way I knew when these were going to go on sale on their website, and as soon as they went on sale, I just hammered one out. And I was lucky enough to get one because I think they held on to a couple more or a few more for their live auctions, and then they sold a few more on their live auctions. And like on the website, like I said, they sold out. They were going for just under $90. But since they were sold out on the website, their auctions, they were running closer to 130 to 150 for the Ultimate Warrior. If I remember correctly, they were closer to 150. They were auctioning off for up to $150. And now that those are gone, I've heard that some of these have been going around the secondhand market for closer to $200 for this particular colorway. They are UV reactive also. If I were to take a UV light and shine it on this, it would glow under the UV light. It's just another neat little thing. Other than that, same rhino, different scales. I just have a penchant for limited stuff that I just think is really cool. I'm not going to grab every limited thing that's out there, but if it's affordable and I can nab one, a lot of times I'll try to shoot for it. Usually, if I can get a hold of them on an auction, or not auction, I'm sorry, on a website, because a lot of times I can get a hold of them. Yeah, like the websites, they'll have them at their retail price. If you wait till an auction, they tend to get a lot more expensive. Any one of a kinds in my collection, as in one of a kind, nobody else has one. Oof. I don't think so. The closest I have to a one of a kind. Now, I'm going to consider a one of a kind not just a color, okay, but like a one of a kind knife. Because if you're looking at just like colors or patterns, I have a lot of knives that you probably, that just have a one of a kind color to it or one of a kind pattern, and simply that's because due to like the way that they're made, no knife even from that series is going to look the same. I'm not going to consider that in the one of a kind because it's just the way they're manufactured. There could be 100, there could be 700 knives, there could be like 2,000 knives that are the same series, the same colors, but because the way it's made, there's differences that make them all one of a kind. I have knives like that, a lot of them from Case. Hold on a second. Let me grab my Case collection. So I can show you an example of what I'm talking about. Oh God, I just knocked down a whole bunch. Oh, what the hell is that? What's a hammer doing down here? Anyway, let me put these away real quick. Like, oh, here's an example. Okay, so the Ultimate Warrior. Okay. Now, because, like I said, there was like, I'm trying to think of how many were made. I think it was around 90 of these were made. Okay. But simply because of how they do the handles, no two Ultimate Warrior knives are going to look exactly alike. They'll all have the same color, the same materials, but because of the way the patterns are revealed on the scales, none of them are going to look alike. So, I mean, you could kind of say those are one of a kind, but not really, I guess. Hold on, I've got a lot. You guys have seen that shoebox before. Okay. But like I said, I'm not sure if I can consider those one of a kind because it's still part of a series. Like the ones that I planned on showing you is like this fire in the box case. Fire in the box was limited to, I think, like 2,000 or so. But the way they do the scales on this, no two fire in the box are going to look like. Yeah, one of 2,500. But because the way they do the scales, they're like melted and swirled. No two of these are going to look alike, even though they're the same series. The swirls are going to be a little different. Some might have more yellow, some might have more red, some might have more silver. Just by virtue of how they're made, they're kind of like one of a kind. These are made by Michael Prater. Does these, and not just for case. I think they do them for like he does them for like Hen and Rooster, Frost Cutlery, a few others. But these are called Corallon scales, and they're kind of like melted on, which is why you don't see any pins that keep the scales in place like you would normally see on a other case knife. Let me see if let's pull one out. Gosh darn it, I should have. Okay, here we are. This one's an antique bone. You can see there's pins here, and that's how they keep the scales or attach the scales to it. These have like a skeletonized frame where these are sort of melted on or something like that, hardened, whatever. I don't know the exact process. But yeah, no two are going to look alike, even though there's 2,500 of these made. Okay. Same with a few other types of case knives, like Corallon can be the same way, depending on, not Corallon, Kieranite can be the same way, depending on how they did the Kieranite. They might have made a few thousand, but none of them are going to look the same. Like this one here, this is my cinnamon bone. This one's made of Kieranite, but because of the way they do the swirls, none of them are going to look exactly the same. So not truly one of a kind. I'm trying to think if I have any truly one of a kind knives. I don't think I do. The closest thing I have to a truly one of a kind knife would have to be this one here. And the reason being is because this was a collaboration effort between Texan Blades and Chasing Blades. And only one of 4 of these were made. Or this is one of 4 that were made. This is the stainless steel Damascus. Texas Knives USA. Rubbed worn 1 of 4 with mesquite scale or mesquite handles. Full tang mesquite handles. And 2 types of stainless steel to create the Damascus on this one. This is the closest thing I have to a one of a kind, since only 4 of these were actually made. They have Chasing Blades has another collaboration going on. They don't have the knives yet. I don't know when they're going to get them, but I know they're being worked on, and as soon as they become available, I know I'm going to jump on at least one of them, because they'll probably be severely limited also. But yeah, 1 of 4 on this one. There's Texan Knives on this side. You got Chasing Blades logo on the other side. And there's not too many that use fully stainless steel for their Damascus. I mean, there's manufacturers that do it. Concept is known for doing that, using 2 types of stainless steel for the Damascus blades. I think Damasteel is Damasteel is an actual a specific type of steel manufactured by a company that uses or utilizes stainless entirely. Because your typical Damascus, a lot of times you'll find inexpensive Damascus, like hold on, let me grab one. You can find a lot of Damascus knives on the cheap. And when I say on the cheap, I'm talking like anywhere from 15, 30, 40 bucks. And you know what? Before I do that, let me hit the washroom real quick. I'll be right back. Ooh, I don't want to take my knife or my mic with me. That'd be bad. Be right back. All right. Thank you for your patience. Now I just got to stick this mic back on. Are we there? Okay. You guys hear me okay? Hey, Sensei. I'm going to call you Sensei because I don't know how to pronounce the rest of that. How you doing? What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, Damascus. Okay, so there's a lot of inexpensive Damascus out there. And usually they're going to be, the way they do the Damascus is going to be stainless steel combined with a high carbon non-stainless steel. And I think they, a lot of times they'll do that because it brings out the most in terms of like easiest to see patterning on the blade once they've acid whatever the steel. Not saying that they're not good, because it still depends on the metal being used. A lot, now granted, a lot of the really cheap, inexpensive Damascus, I mean, they're using, I don't know, they could be using like cheap stainless steel pot metal. And when I say pot metal, metal that's like essentially just combinations of other junk used to make, like, say, pots or cookingware. I think that's where the term came from, is, pot metal made for pots that were then melted down to make other stuff. But typically they're going to be a stainless steel combined with a high carbon steel, like these fixed blades. These were made by Titan International. I can't remember the exact materials being used. I know they use I forgot. I believe it's like O2 steel for their high carbon, but I can't quite remember what they use for the stainless on their Damascus. I do have quite a few of these Titan International knives. They're actually pretty decent. Relatively low cost in comparison to some stuff, but not like cheaply made. I believe, I'm trying to remember where Titan International makes their stuff. I know it's in the US, but I can't remember the name of the or the exact location of the facility. This one happens to be burnt bone handle with stag bolsters on it. The other one was, I forgot what type of, like, it's like a type of laminated wood on this one. And I've got a few others. These were just sitting on a display stand. But this one, like, Concept does the same thing, where they use two types of stainless steel for their Damascus. They use two types of stainless steel for this particular series. And I do like that because it's less of a worry about corrosion. I mean, you still want to make sure you take care of your knife, wipe it down when you're done with use, but there's just less worry with a blade like this when they're both stainless steel. The patterning might not pop as much as one that has, a combination of stainless and high carbon, but they did a pretty good job on this one. I believe, I think they did a beautiful job on this. And it is true Damascus. One of the ways to tell is you can see the divisions on the spine. I don't know if you guys can really see on this one, but if you were to look closely, you can actually see the different types of metal going down the spine. And there's a bit of the leather holster at the very tip of that. But yeah, this is the closest thing to a one-of-a-kind that I have. This is one of 4 that were made. I mean, again, it kind of depends on how you look at it. I mean, if you were to look at it at a standpoint of just visually, I have a lot of knives that are one of a kind, but they're all in series of, like, anywhere from just a handful to maybe a few thousand made. But true one of a kind, yeah, this is the closest. I think a true one of a kind would be something that I'd probably have to make myself, to be quite honest. I could I'd have to make myself, or really, really customize something in a way that nobody else has customized. Yeah, like completely custom. Grab some soda. Like, hold on. For example, I'm gonna say, like, if you were looking at it, this is technically a one of a kind. I customized this, toasted the edges. I mean, it's not a one of a kind in terms of what it originally was. It was originally a green apple trapper, but then I toasted the edges. Now, other people have done similar stuff. So, Lanyard Man, how many knives do I have? Okay, that's gonna be a fun question because I have a spreadsheet. Morgan's gonna kill me because I'm a little behind on the spreadsheet. Every time I buy a new knife, I try to add it to a spreadsheet because I have a bad memory and I've been known to buy the same knife multiple times because I've forgotten that I've had it in my collection. It's happened to where I had like, I think it was like 4 of the same knife. I can't pull the spreadsheet up on screen. I don't think I can pull it up on screen. Actually, where'd it go? Hold on, give me a minute. Yeah, I'm not sure how to pull this up on screen. Anyway, if I scroll down now, I've been a little lazy. I have probably a few weeks worth of knives that need to be added. I'm sorry, Morgan. It takes a lot of time to do this, okay? Oh, I can remove that knife because I returned a knife there. You're at 93. Last I updated my knife. I had just gotten the Concept Orion and my Spyderco Sage 5 and Spy 27. And at that point, I was at 327 knives. If I were to add everything that I've gotten recently, I would be probably... Hold on. I'm trying to think of what I got recently that I haven't added. Let's see. What? I unboxed, 3 knives today? 4 knives? 7, 4, 4. I'd be roughly just over 350 knives. And it's going to be a combination of things, though. I'm going to be at roughly around 350 knives, and that's a mix of modern knives like, like my Remet, my Spydercos, my Concepts, my Savivis, my Kaisers, etc., 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 QSP. And also that includes a lot of my case knives, my traditional knives. So stuff like my Squirrel Sodbusters, my Antique Trapper, my Crossroads. Okay. So combination of all my modern knives and my traditional knives, probably around 350 knives, just north of 350. The thing is, I also have not included any of these in my collection. I don't have any of my Titan Internationals included. I have some fixed blades included, but my Titan Internationals I haven't put in there yet. I have probably upwards of around 20 or so of those. I haven't included like this in there yet. If I were able, if I included everything, I'd probably be just south of like 400. Because I have stuff like this that aren't in my spreadsheet that I have not included, like this, for example. This is a Titan Knives Damascus Trapper. That's not in that. None of my Titan knives have been included in my spreadsheet yet because I wasn't sure how I was going to deal with them yet. But I've got a few of these. How do I store them all? Okay. That depends. If it's a knife that I like to take and generally is in my rotation, I'll have, like, some of my traditional knives, I'll have them in slips. And hold on. Because some of these aren't in slip. Like that antique bone I just showed you, that Crossroads, aren't in a slip. But usually what I'll do is if they're in a rotation, and what I mean by rotation is I'll keep them nearby, and when I go out for the day, I will grab one and throw it in my pocket. These are all traditional knives. And these are currently sitting on my desk. And then what I'll do is I'll go out and be like, I'll carry this one, my natural smooth white bone sow belly, and then I'll throw that in my pocket. But yeah, these are currently sitting, in my desk. These soft-sided ones actually contain trappers. The leather slips will have either Sodbuster Juniors, muskrats, or you saw a sow belly, some of those crossroads that you see there. I have a couple that aren't in slips that are just sitting on my mouse pad because a lot of times I will pull them out for stuff that I use around the house, or to open packages, envelopes, and whatnot. I have this sitting out here because I have to repair that one. Actually, we'll do this one live. So those are those. Some I still have in boxes because I have to sort them out, add them to my spreadsheet. Like, for example, the majority of my case knives that are still in a box are in the shoebox because I don't have a setup for that yet. As soon as I come up with a setup, I'll probably take them out of the shoebox. For now, they fit in there perfectly fine, and I will figure something out with those eventually. Otherwise, I use something like this. I have a few Casematics knives. I just got another one that's completely empty. I have two of this size. This holds like 40 some odd knives. This one's just about full up. This one only has traditional knives that I decided to take out of the box because again, I will rotate these sometimes and carry these. Like, this is a trapper with a clip, 6.5 bone stag. This one's a rare one. This is my peanut butter jelly Sodbuster. I just took it out of the box because I like to look at it. I don't plan on ever carrying this because you can't get these. Not anymore. Not outside of like the secondhand market. These carry some like traditional knives. And these are waterproof cases by Casematics. This one holds like 40 something knives. I have this one, and then I have another one that's completely empty that I just got. Of this size, Casematics makes a larger one that holds 56. I have one of those. And I have the Casematics linked down below in the description if you guys want to check it out on Amazon. This one holds like 56. This one's not completely full, but this holds a lot of my more pricey knives. Like, this holds a lot of my Remet, a lot of my Concept, my Spydercos, my Demco. I got a couple of my two Bel Airs are in here, even though I have other Kershaw and other cases. But this holds my more pricey knives, I guess. Actually, what did I do with that one Remet? I put it back in the taco. Because that needs to go in there. Oh no, I gotta do a video on that still, so it'll stay in the taco pouch. And then I have another one not by Casematics. It's my biggest one. It holds just under 100. It's made by Case Club. And it holds just under 100 knives. It's similar. It uses a different, more dense foam than these and will actually hold bigger knives. It was kind of more of a pain in the butt to prepare, though, because it's not necessarily pull and pluck foam, but when you the sections you keep the knives in, unlike these where they're just a solid block that you just pluck out and then you have this hole you can throw your knife in, the Case Club one has a denser foam, and then when you pull the holes, when you pull the foam out, the foam comes in different sizes and shapes, so you can customize the size of the hole that you put your knives in. So if you have a really tiny one, tiny knife, you can have it sit in the in there, so it's still sticking out a little bit and easier to pull out. And it also has 4 of these clamps to keep it shut. You can see one of the clamps here. The larger one has 4. It has 2 in the front and 2 in the side. They're both lockable, or they're all lockable. You have metal reinforced holes you can throw a padlock on. They're all waterproof. I'm not exactly sure to what degree, but they all have gaskets around that keep them sealed. Oh, I'd be happy to check it out if you want to send it. I don't normally do a whole lot on secondhand market though. Mainly because I've run into trouble. And I'm not saying that, I'm just saying overall, some of the places I've got, I've run into trouble, and so I don't do too much secondhand market stuff. There's one secondhand market that I've been taking a close look at though. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Shoot, I can't remember the name. But they're a widely known one, and a lot of people, I know a lot of larger YouTubers, like I believe Metal Complex has used them quite a bit. Neves Knives has used them quite a bit, and the way they have things set up in terms of their rating system and all that, make them a much more trustworthy site when it comes to secondhand stuff. Did a mirror just fall over? It did. The mirror fell over on my wall. Oh, not looking to sell. Oh, for content. Sure. If you want, send that over. I would be happy to take a look. I'm trying to remember the name. I can't remember. I'll have to look it up. Is it Blade Binge? Might have been it. Hold on. Might be Blade Binge. Yeah, okay, Blade Binge. Online marketplace for knife collectors, makers, and retailers. I guess they have retailers that will sell new on there, but there's a lot of like pre-owned stuff that you can get, from what I understand, a really good deal. And the way they have the rating system for both buyers and sellers makes it much nicer. Yeah, Blade Binge. I've got stuff on Whatnot too. I do a lot of stuff on Whatnot. That's another one that has a pretty good secondhand market. Like if I sell anything, I'm probably going to sell on Whatnot. Blade Binge tends to have more pricier stuff, I think. Like a lot of, I mean, they have a specific selection for what they call grails, which are like hard to find, your holy grail of knives type thing. I know they have some lesser expensive stuff on there, but I think a lot of times, people go on Blade Binge for like really hard to find stuff. But you can get some lesser expensive knives on Blade Binge. I just noticed a Civivi Placoid for $27.50. The Olight Open Mini 2. Wait, what? $40? Oh, okay. That's why. Olight Open Mini 2 in pink, because it's breast cancer awareness limited run, and there's somebody selling one for 40. I was like, well, I was going to say an Open I can get for like $12, but never mind. It's because it's a limited run. But a lot of the knives that I tend to see on Blade Binge tend to run in the several $100. But I mean, if you're looking for one of them grail knives, hard to find and super expensive, probably one of the best places to get a deal on it. Whatnot, I do a lot of business on because I, trying to be careful. I can get some really good deals. That last Remet that I showed, like this one I got on Whatnot, except this one wasn't used. This one was new. Typically 275 saying for the Remet Steed. From pretty much any other retailer, I managed to snag it about 230 on Whatnot from Going Gear. So if you're careful, you can get some really good deals on Whatnot. Another place I've mentioned numerous times is Chasing Blades is one of my favorite retailers. I do a lot of business with them because they sell a lot of traditional knives, and they have really great prices on their traditional knives. And also, one of the coolest things about Chasing Blades is if they have if there's a limited run on a traditional knife, or like a rare one, they typically will not raise the price on it. So, for example, say they got a knife that's no longer being sold, they're not going to ramp the price on it up because it's no longer being sold. They'll still sell it for what it normally would have sold retail while it was still available, which I think is just really, really awesome. Of course, now, the more people that know it, the quicker they go. But it's cool to find a place that's not going to what's the term I'm looking for when they raise the price up. I can't remember the term. They're not going to catch you on something just because it's no longer available. They're not going to try to take you to the cleaners, which I really like with Chasing Blades. Going Gear and Blade City are two that I go on Whatnot a lot, or check out on Whatnot a lot, because I can get some really good deals from them. Going Gear, a lot of times, if you're careful and you're watching closely, you can snag a really good knife for under retail, for a good deal under retail. Like I said, that Remet Steed, normally 275 anywhere else, and I managed to snag it for 230, which I thought was fantastic. There were other knives that I've got. I think I've got a Remet Woodpecker from them. I believe I got for like $50 or $60 less. Hey, how you doing, enthusiast? You're a DC enthusiast. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. We were just talking about where good places to grab knives was either secondhand, new. I like to do a lot of business on Whatnot. I mentioned Blade Binge, although I haven't done any business on Blade Binge, so I can't really talk about them from experience. All I can do is speak about them from what I've heard from others that have used Blade Binge. You won Lanyard Man, what did you win last night? Now I'm curious. I've won a few knives. I've actually got one coming my way. I got a buck fixed blade. I'm trying to remember the model. And Chasing Blades tossed a knife my way. I have actually won they don't run, Chasing Knives doesn't run a lot of giveaways, but when they do, I've actually won a few of them. Which at this point, I think I won 2 or 3 in a row, and I felt really bad. What was I going to say? Yeah. Well, oh yeah. What did you win? I'm curious now, Lanyard Man. What did you win? And we're at a point where we're just talking about knives in general. We'll talk about anything regarding knives. So if you have a question on my own collection, if you have something you like to talk about, share, by all means, bring it up in chat. I just like chatting with you guys. That's why I do these lives. This is how I learn stuff. You do all your secondhand on knife swaps, Sarence? What knife swap? Where? You got to tell me where. I'd like to know where. Irrationally jealous. If you want to show it all from B's Blades, all knives I haven't heard of, but the concept. You know what? I do have a Discord. If you want to check out my Discord, there is a link to my Discord down below. Or Morgan, if you want to throw it up there. I'm pointing you towards my Discord, because if you want to show pictures off on my Discord, by all means, I'd love to see some of this stuff. I'd love to see some of the photos. I also have an Instagram, which should be linked somewhere, where I'll do a lot of photos as well. Place makes you sad when you miss out on good deals, though. Are you talking about Whatnot? Because, yeah, don't believe me, I've missed out on a lot, either because I haven't got on a show. I was going to get... I missed out by a matter of minutes because they sold out. Like, I think they sold the last one right when I got on Whatnot, and it was a Seafoam Burl Crossroads that just recently came out that they put a pocket clip on. And I wanted to snag one, and they just sold their last one on Whatnot, or from the seller that I was dealing with. They just sold out the minute before I like hopped on and Whatnot. So I was so disappointed, but you know, it's timing, everything. I did get one of the new Crossroads for this year though, which was a like a tan and black that hopefully will arrive by next week, and you can see which one I'm talking about. I love the Case Crossroads. They're awesome traditional knives with an awesome modern steel to them. That makes me really happy. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, where's one of my Crossroads? I have a few of them now. This is one of the Crossroads I have. Dymalux laminated wood. This one's in brown and green. Traditional Sodbuster Jr. from Case, except they use S35V and steel for the blade instead of the 440. Or that's not 440. They call it True Sharp, but I think it's a variation of 440 or 420. I can't remember. It's a variation of one of those steels, but it's called True Sharp Stainless. Instead of using that, they use S35V and steel on the Crossroads. And they also use screws in their construction as opposed to pinned, which I think is really nice. It is really nice. This one actually has brass liners to it. They have some G10 versions, same steel, but where's the other one? Like this one has a blue Jean Micarta scales with G10 lining on the inside, but still S35V and steel. So these are awesome slip joint knives that have really good steel, S35VN, and they're sub like $70, which is fantastic. You know, trying to get an S35VN steel knife, they're hard to find for anything under $100. And you can get these Sodbuster Juniors. These are slip joints; they don't lock, but to get that steel on a knife that's sub $70, these are fantastic knives. I love these Crossroads from Case. You're new here. What up? Nice to meet you as well. And to meet my hands, yes. You're slightly addicted to knife and EDC. Welcome to the club. Lanyard Man was asking how much I have in my collection, and if I were to include everything, I'm probably closer to around 400 knives right now. I think. Rough. On my spreadsheet, I'm probably like modern knives and traditional knives, I'm closer to around like roughly maybe just north of 350. If I were to include all my other fixed blades and hard to classify knives, I'd be closer to about 400 knives. So you might say I have a slight addiction. You know, the scary part is that I know people with easily twice as many, if not more, knives in their collection. If you think if you think the amount of knives I have is nuts. Oh wait, where did I put my? There it is. There we go. Put that back. I think my collection ballooned due to two things. I can tell you right now, because it was a combination of both Whatnot and starting my channel. A combination of those two things probably ballooned. You know, before I started the channel, I might have had roughly 150 to 200 knives. Yeah, I see people dropping casual $1,000 on a Sabenza. And yeah, the Remet. Like I said, the only reason I got that Remet was $230. like I said, it's normally $275. Got it for A, I got a good deal on it. B, I like eat nothing but ramen. I do adjust things on other, in other ways. Hey, what's this? Oh, the Fanta you won? Oh, that's fruity. I'm sorry, my girlfriend's showing me something that she does whatnot a lot. She gets a lot of stuff. Yeah, I would love to be able to casually drop $1,000 on a Sabenza. I'd like to. That's a bit much. I think the most expensive knife I own is probably that Too Faced. Is probably that Too Faced that I have. I'll let you know as soon as I get to the point of where I can just casually drop $1,000 on a Sabenza. I'd love one. I just don't think I'm ever going to see one, other than like at a knife show or something. I don't think I'm ever going to see one in hand. I think I'm pretty sure that's the most expensive one I have. In terms of retail cost, not what I'm not what I spent, because like I said, I hunt down deals. I'm not that loopy. So unless I get a good deal on something, I probably won't. But I think retail wise, I think this is my most expensive knife. Is this one here, because this one is north of normally. Actually, let me look. I don't know if it's changed. I'm checking to see if the price on it's changed recently, because I know they'll go up and down. We'll just find Remet's website. Yeah, okay, so just north of 300. They currently have, at least on Remet's website, they currently have this on sale for 302. I did not pay that much for that. In fact, I forgot how much I paid on this one. I think I got this one like for literally like around $50 off. So I think I paid roughly around $240, $250 for it when I did get it. Question to pose: looking to buy your first big boy fancy pants knife. What would I suggest for the $300 to $500 range? Everything has been sub 150 for you so far. Is there a reason you want to get a high, an expensive knife? Because okay, now obviously I bought knives that are pretty expensive. I mean, I've got the Too Faced here. A lot of times the consideration goes into there's a particular design that I really wanted to get in combination with materials, looks, possibly the designer profile. There's a lot of things that go in consideration when I like eyeball a knife. I'm curious as to what you're looking for in regards to the big knife that you're looking for. Yeah, hinderer. I hear a lot about hinderers. Now, unfortunately, I can't speak from experience for like the closest thing I can speak in terms of experience for the $300 to $500 range was that Too Faced that I just showed you. Because retail, that's just north of 300. But everything I get, I don't think I've, in terms of buying anything, I've never spent over 300. Like I said, even that one I got a massive deal on. If I didn't get a massive deal on it, I probably wouldn't have gotten it. But there's a lot of great options. Yeah, Sirens brings up a good thing on that. Start with what kind of lock, what kind of locking mechanism, action, materials. What kind of blade steel are you looking at? Okay, handle materials also, either titanium, copper, carbon fiber, different types of carbon fiber. Maybe it's a rare wood or something, or antler, bone, things like that. So, holy crap! I wish I could. I wish I could. I'm hoping maybe my channel will get big enough and that I can finally afford something like that. But until then, probably not. Or if I win the lottery, I gotta play the lottery though. So I gotta play the lottery if I want to win the lottery. But yeah, look at the type of locking mechanism, the material. I'm just gonna say overall material because that encompasses your blade material, your scale material, and then if there's any other specific, like, I don't know, quirks that you are looking for in a knife. Like, for example, when I'm saying like quirks, one of my favorite knives is the Remet woodpecker. And one of the reasons why I like it so much is because it's got a really clean look to it, because everything is hidden under the scale. There's no pivot, there's no screws. Okay. Everything is, it's just really clean looking, since you have none of that stuff showing outwardly on the knife. In fact, if you want to access any of the screws or the pivot, there's a button, you can pop the scales off. There you have access to all your screws and everything. Okay, so if you want to do any maintenance there you go. And the lockup on this is absolutely fantastic. Once the scale snaps back on, there's no movement to it. You wouldn't know if you didn't know about the woodpecker. They have it really well hidden in terms of how to pop the scale off. They did a fantastic job on this. And by the way, you pop it off by pressing on this little jimping down here. You press down on that, and that allows you to snap the scale up. But yeah, little quirk. I'm saying quirks for lack of a better term, but things like that. If there's any special, unique properties you're looking for in a knife, that's the other consideration. So yeah, what are you looking for? First of all, one was a win from Neves. Oh, Neves put some really good giveaways. Sometimes they're kind of hard to get into because he has more strict requirements to get into some of his giveaways, though. I think the only thing I've managed to buy from Neves was like some stroppy stuff. Some stroppy stuff emulsion. I haven't bought a knife from him yet. I'd love to get some, because he's got his own designs that he's come out with. And I'd love to get some of those, but haven't managed to get any of those. There's really just too many variables for anyone to say what anyone else should get. Yeah, there's a lot of variables. So that's why I'm asking, like, what are your preferences? You like the top liner locks, you like the titanium, probably L-Max or MagnaCut for blade steel. Okay. Interestingly enough, you don't have to go that expensive. Okay. Oh, you like the, hold on. Let me pull it back out. To give you an idea, the Remet woodpecker, this one is M390 steel, crystallized titanium scales, sheep's foot blade. Yeah, M390. Crystallized titanium. They come in different colors. I think their most recent one was a pink crystallized titanium. They have this, I call it blurple. They have green crystallized. Oh, sorry, hold on. Green crystallized, blurple, pink crystallized. They have a gray titanium, which is not crystallized. And I believe they have a blackened titanium. I don't know if it's DLC coded or not. But the woodpeckers, if you're fine with M390 steel, they'll run you roughly $250. It looks like Remet has a sale going on, 15% off. Normally they're just south of the crystallized titanium ones anyway, are normally just south of $300. They're running a sale on them for $250 for any of the crystallized titanium. If you're looking at either the more plain gray titanium or, oh, it's a golden titanium alloy. Those run about $230 for those two woodpeckers. The crystallized titanium is going to run you a little bit more for this type of finish. Surprisingly grippy. They have some micro texturing on parts of the scale, but it's just one of my favorite blade profiles in terms of shape. I like sheepsfoots, and just a really clean look on it, which is why I really, really like the woodpecker. I'm really thinking about getting another one, just one of the plainer scaled ones that are currently going for $230. But yeah, everything that you've listed so far, titanium, MagnaCut, or LMAX. I think LMAX is going to run you a little bit more expensive. Personally, my favorite's MagnaCut. But you don't have to go that high, unless you're going for one of them boutique, like, you know, I'm going to call them boutique knives or custom knives like Hinderer or things like that. You don't really need to go that high. I'm trying to think of recommendations. Did you say like what kind of locking mechanism you prefer? The woodpecker is a liner lock, by the way. As you can see there, it's like a nested liner lock. Really good nested liner lock, but a liner lock nonetheless. Really easy to manipulate. Front flipper, thumb hole. I prefer using the thumb hole. The front flipper is kind of like in a weird spot, but it's not bad to use compared to some of the other front flippers from Ramet. But oh, the woodpecker is going in the bucket. Top liner lock. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, you did mention top liner lock. Kunwu's another good choice. Those get pricey. I'm okay. If I were to stick with Ramet, because we were talking about Ramets earlier. Like the newest one that I got. This one's new for 2026. This is the Ramet Steed. This one I actually just unboxed on this live today. This one, you have titanium scales. This one has a blue carbon fiber flake insert in their scales, so titanium scales. This one is a frame lock, though, not a top liner lock, but it is a button actuated frame lock. Okay, meaning you got your thumb studs here. Now this is M390 steel. Oh, okay, smooth out. There we go. This is M390 steel for the blade, so it's not MagnaCut, but it's M390. Good steel. And you have this button here, okay? And you can use the button to unlock and close the blade. But as you can see here, the button activates their frame lock. You press the button down, you can see the frame move off to the side. And the cool thing about this is while you have the button there, makes it easy to use. Your fingers out of the way. If you wanted to, you can still use your thumb, and just like any other frame lock, just push it off to the side without ever touching the button. I love how this is not the only one that does this, where they have a button, but they still give you the ability to utilize the locking system in the old way, I guess, you know, just using your thumb. This is just the newest one that I've gotten from Ramet. One of my favorite ones is also from Ramet. Where is it? I just pulled them out earlier today. Like the Meteor does something similar. Thumb studs, more of a spear-shaped blade. You have a button here, and this one's kind of a nested liner lock, as you can see there. Button-activated liner lock. You can press the button to close the blade. This particular one has copper carbon fiber, or is it copper G10? I like to say it's copper carbon fiber because I remember it being really hard to say. Inserts on titanium scales, but you can still actuate the liner lock with your thumb, or you can use the button. Just like that. Sacred Falcon is another one from Ramet. done in a somewhat similar way, except they have a frame lock. As you can see here, this is the Saker Falcon from Romet. Reverse, you have your thumb hole, you have a rear flipper, you have your frame lock. Obviously, you use it with your thumb, or you have a pivot button. So if you don't want to put your thumb and press down on the frame, you just press on the pivot lock or the pivot button, and you can close the blade that way. So you have that. This one, again, titanium. This is their pink. It looks more purple to me. Carbon fiber flake insert. Lightning strike titanium. Pivot collar. And this also has a lock. So if you open the blade, you have a lock here. You press this up, and that locks the blade in place. You can't even press the button to close it. The blade is effectively locked open. And you push the switch down, then you can close the blade. That's the Saker Falcon. But yeah, this is just going by Romet. So, if you're looking strict, just top liner lock like Vosteed. Vosteed's the only one I'm really familiar with in terms of top liner lock, and they're not terribly expensive. I don't know if they have any, like, I need to check them out, because I haven't seen whether they have anything new out recently. The Vosteeds that I have the Raccoon, I have the Porcupine, which is one of my favorites. Both top liner locks. I have actually, I think everything I have is top liner lock from them. The Vosteed Raccoon, the Porcupine, the Croc, and the Hedgehog. All great. A lot of OEMs are moving towards the button lock, I think, for ease of use. If you had $300, I'd have I would love a Jack Wolf knife. Those things are pricey. I really wanted to get one of Melissa Backwoods' collaboration knives with Jack Wolf, but oh my god, trying to get a hold of one of those was insane. And out of my price range. You like them all. Big Kaiser fan also. The clutch lock is killer. I like the clutch lock. I know some hate it. Yeah. The biggest complaint with the clutch lock is just the Omega springs. I personally am feeling kind of like crossbar lock fatigue. And what I mean by that is just I have so many crossbar lock knives. So many. I have nothing against them. I just have a lot. They need to come up with more stuff. They keep coming out with more crossbar locks. And it's not because I don't like them. It's just I have way too much. Some of my favorite knives, the Bel Air, which is this one. Like, and you were talking about MagnaCut. This one's aluminum scales, MagnaCut steel, crossbar lock. They're Duralock, I believe they call it. And you can get this for $145, roughly around there. One of my favorite knives. Still one of the best knives, in my opinion, in my collection, are the Bel Airs. Made in the USA, Kershaw. Still hard to beat, in my opinion. Along with the Spydercos. And they're not that terribly expensive. And MagnaCut's probably one of my favorite steels for like a premium knife. I like MagnaCut because of the properties. Because of the properties it has on paper. Now, am I going to use it to the fullest capacity of a Mag? Probably not. It's probably a lot more steel than I will really ever need. I just like the properties on paper, which makes it one of my favorite ones. Yeah, they send you Kaiser. A lot of them are doing that now, where they'll send you extra Omega springs, and a lot of the biggest reason is because now, okay, like I said, I have a lot of crossbar locks. I also fiddle a lot with my knives when I have them in hand. Okay. So even a knife that I haven't personally used a lot, I've probably opened and closed it in excess of 100 times just from having it in my hand and fiddling with it. I have not broken an Omega spring yet, knock on wood. But I hear stories where people have broken, they've had a knife for like 2 weeks and their Omega spring's broken. I've had all my crossbar locks. I've fiddled with constantly. I've had none of the Omega springs break yet. And I'm talking Kershaw, Kaiser, drop bears. I'm trying to think of other. I have a few from Concept, and none of them broken yet. So I'll consider myself lucky. But it's all interesting to know that they include, a lot of them will include extra Omega springs with their knife. Sparrow Knife Strix just dropped. It's a Sparrow Knife Strix, $350. Sparrow Knife Strix. I'm not familiar with that one. This is why I like doing my lives, is I get to learn from you guys. This is how I learn about a lot of new stuff. It's probably going to kill my wallet, but I keep forgetting I don't want to put this in the case yet because I want to do a separate video on the Steed. So there'll be a separate video that I'll record eventually of that one that Remet just released. Yeah, knife pivots feel 10 years old before you ever. Yeah, I'm a fidgeter too. I'm definitely a fidgeter. Factory Evo 4, top of the budget. See, there's a knife that I'm looking to get, and I priced it out. It's actually under $200, and that's the Custom Shop Buck. And we're talking about something like this. Your Custom Shop Buck. I was looking at a Custom Shop Buck. I priced it out with like Magna Cut steel blade, a nickel, polished nickel liners, and a different type of wood other than the ebony. Although I still really like the ebony wood personally. The ebony wood wouldn't cost me anymore. But the Magna Cut steel, polished nickel, matching rivets would run me under $200, and that's a custom knife. If I wanted others, it'll probably bring it up to like 200 something for like ironwood. I was also looking at various other options, but that's one that I'm looking at getting for a lockback buck. So I mean, if you're careful, you can get a lot of premium materials and don't have to go completely nuts on the budget. See, I'm the type of person where, and I have nothing against a lot of those ultra premium stuff. If I could afford $1,000 for a knife, I would. If I could drop $1,000 on a knife on a whim, I would already done so. But I mean, I have a regular day job. I don't make six figures. I have to be a lot more careful as to what I spend on, because I know if I spend money on something, I'm going to have to make sacrifices elsewhere or sell stuff. So, so yeah, my upper limit tends to be around $300. I know I'm fidgeting. This is a Kaiser Seagull, which I really, really like, but it's made me sad because it doesn't lock up anymore, and I've got to fix that. I was going to do that while we're here. But yeah, not a financially. Neither am I. I'll tell you that right now. Neither am I. But yeah, I mean, I like having a roof over my head. I like eating. That's probably my biggest thing, is I like to eat. So that probably tempers my spending habit more than anything, is the need to eat. So while we're chatting away, I'm going to see if I can't fix this knife. So, not that I'm trying to steer the conversation any other direction. Feel free to ask me any questions and stuff like that. I would be happy to chat about anything knife related. I'm just going to work on fixing this one while I'm here and checking out chat. You're a CDL driver that you're calling for now. It'll be my once a year. Oh, it'll be your once a year knife. I know I get a lot. That goes without saying. I have made a lot of, but I do make a lot of sacrifices. I'm also lucky in that I have another channel that I do video gaming on, and thankfully it's been doing okay. So I get a little bit more back that I can throw into video games and like other knives and stuff. So I've been I've been what I consider myself to be really lucky at this time. Also, I'm a big deal hunter. It's been like we were talking about Whatnot earlier. I will hunt stuff down on Whatnot. I've cultivated. I'd like to think I cultivated some good relationships with sellers on Whatnot. Not that I'm, they're sneaking me stuff or anything like that, but I'd like to think that I've cultivated some pretty good relationships on Whatnot to where they're willing to offer me the best deals that they can give me while still being able to support themselves. Do I play PC or console? Both. I play mainly PC, but I also have streamed not from my PS5, but I also stream games on that I've played on PS5. So, and that channel's been doing pretty well. It's not like huge, but every once in a while I'll get a small amount back from YouTube, and it's been great. And I can use that I use it primarily to get because it's not a lot, but I use it primarily to get new games that I can stream again. On the rare occasion, I might get enough that I can put towards another knife, or like I said, food. I like to eat, so it'll go towards food or anything else that I might need, if you know what I mean. So I don't need to put my glove on. Now, what I'm doing here, this is the Kaiser Seagull. Love this knife, by the way. So, yeah, it's a great knife, but something happened and it developed a problem where it's locking up now, but if I don't flick it open hard enough, there were some times where I can literally just close the blade. In other words, that liner lock wasn't seating properly behind the blade. So that's what I'm working on this now, in case anybody's curious. You'd like to start doing some reviews content, sales online, so you have a lot of little studios. Oh, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, when it came, okay, so I have a very specific reason for both my channels. Actually I should start here. When I started the video game channel, it was when COVID had hit its height, and it got to the point of where everybody had to stay in, you were told to stay home, social distancing, all that stuff. People were, I wasn't having to go into the office, because you're told to stay home. And so I decided I would fill my extra time with streaming. And my reasoning was kind of twofold. I figured I'm playing games anyway. Why not stream it at the same time? My aim wasn't to make money with it. Because I didn't want to have to work a second job. Good golly, this thing's going to drive me mad. Magnetic tools are great until they magnetize things you don't want them to magnetize. So I figured I'm going to be playing video games anyway. So I set up my stream so I could stream while I video gamed. And that was a big part of the reason. The other thing that had occurred to me was, I'm no spring chicken. So I thought it would be a great idea to have a video record essentially of myself being a goofball. So my daughter would have something to look back on in the future that, hopefully wouldn't go away anytime soon. So now my daughter has literally years of me being a complete moron in video games that she can peruse at her leisure anytime she wants to, whenever I'm gone. And I thought that'd be one of the neater things I could leave to her, other than like 20 billion knives. So that was the other thing. Again, my main goal wasn't to try to make money, because I didn't really expect anybody other than like family and friends to really pop in, and it just happened to take off. My knife channel, the EDC Squirrel channel, I started because I collected knives. I've been collecting for a long time. And I just thought it'd be a neat thing to do, to review knives that I got, and essentially just learn and chat with people that had the same hobby. Now, most of my stuff on this channel is video. I do the live once a week on Saturdays, like I'm doing now, just as a fun thing to do, just to talk, chat with you guys in chat about knives. It's how I learn. I've learned more about my knife collecting hobby than I've learned more since I started my stream, or started this channel, than I ever did before. And that's my entire goal with this, was just to have fun with it. That's it. Now, it's gotten to the point of where, awesome, I got enough subscribers and enough viewable hours where it's, I'm now a YouTube partner on this channel, which is great. Fantastic. Never expected it, but just have fun. I figure as long as I'm having fun doing this stuff, I'm doing what I want. Yeah, exactly. You have two girls yourself. Nice to have a little video diary for them to just look back on. And that was a big reason for the video game channel, and secondary reason for this as well. Because my daughter likes to collect knives too. Although she has more eccentric tastes, like swords and stuff like that. But yeah, I just thought it'd be a great thing for family to look back on and be able to view, of me being a complete moron on video games. And I just thought that was awesome. I drank way too much coffee. I'll be right back. I should probably take this off again. Like the second time I've had to hit the wash. Be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Thank you about that. Sorry about that. I drink a lot, try to stay hydrated, and because of that, I end up having to hit the washroom a lot. But yeah, those were my reasons for starting the video game channel, and this stream was essentially to have fun, learn more, and leave something for my family to be able to look upon when I'm gone. Now, that being said, I know I said my target wasn't to make money, because I know if I want to make money doing this, I would literally have to turn it into a job. And I just want to have fun with it. Now, I'm not going to turn my nose up on, if I can make some money doing this. I don't know anybody that wouldn't mind making some extra cash doing this. I'd love to make some extra cash doing this, but I'm not making it my entire goal. I'm not going to turn away cash though. Like I said, I like to eat. I have bills I got to pay. I still have a job I got to work at. So, but I'm it'd be silly to be like, like, no, I'm not gonna accept any, extra that I can get from YouTube from this. But I also don't want to turn this into a second job. It'd be one thing if I was retired and had nothing else to do except really apply everything, all my time to it. Then yeah, maybe. But I have a a day job. It's a full-time job. So it can be a lot of work. I don't need to add to it. I got enough stress going on. But yeah, so if you start, I'd say start a channel. If you're going to be doing stuff anyway, why not stream it? As long as it's, as long as you can balance it out pretty well. Okay, I am, for the interest of those people that worry about safety online, putting my cut glove back on. Your wife is definitely reminding you not to take it too seriously and end up. See, that's the other thing is that admittedly is another thing that I'm worried about is when it comes, and it goes along with either this channel or the video game channel, is I know if I turn it into a job and look at it like a job, I can very easily burn out on it. I mean, there are times where I've played games that I've just burned out on and don't play the game anymore because, like, it was a very long game. For example, what game comes to mind? Horizon Forbidden West. No, not that was, although that was a long game. Assassin's Creed Valhalla was insanely long, and they had so much like that one. I got burned out on. To the point of where I skipped all the side stuff and just wanted to finish it. But yeah, I don't want to ruin my video gaming hobby. I don't want to ruin my knife collecting hobby by turning it into something that just ends up adding more stress to my life. I do this as a way, my video gaming as a way to relax. I collect knives. It's a hobby. It's another way I relax. Making it one of those things that ends up creating more stress is essentially anti what I want to be doing with this channel. So yeah, I try to keep it light. I know there are people that do a lot of flashy stuff and they've got they do a lot of editing, a lot of creative editing and things like that. And part of it for me is time. I don't have that much time to, I have a hard enough time, finding time to do videos for the knife channel, much less spend hours editing and make everything look fancy. Again, I just like talking about my hobby, sharing stuff that I get, learning stuff, passing on things that I might have learned during my while I'm collecting. I figure, if you want something fancy, there's a lot of other people that do a lot of fancy work with their stuff. Mine might be a little bit more dry, but it works. I'm happy with it. That's all that matters. If you guys like it, you like it. Great. Glad to have you guys here. All right, let's remove this blade. Or no, I don't have to remove the blade. So I think I just have to fiddle with the liner. So we'll leave that off to the side. We have pivot. We have the body screws here, which I'm going to hopefully keep, not lose. Yeah, so I'm very careful trying not to ruin either hobby because I mean, I can tell you right now, as soon as this or the video game channel ceases being fun for me, the moment it starts adding more stress to my life, as opposed to relieving stress, the channel's done. unless, for example, say I retired and it's the only thing I got going on and my only means of making money, then okay, yeah. Then in that case, that it's become a different animal at that point. Where I'm at now though is it's more stress relief, entertainment, and things like that, and then I don't want it to change away from that. So let's wipe this down. I've got a considerable amount of oil on this. This is the inner liner, which contains the liner lock, which is essentially this bent piece of metal. And I think what's happening is it's not applying enough pressure to get this liner to go under the blade. And I don't know if it's because there's crud in there or what. What did I keep doing with my sunshine cloth? I keep putting it away and I forget where I toss it. I should probably not be tossing it. That would be one thing. Okay, I know you were just here a moment ago. I was just staring at it. Oh, I'll just have to use this. So I don't know if it's because there's gunk or what the deal is. Or maybe I need to increase the spring pressure on this. So what I'm doing is I'm cleaning or trying to clean off the surface of where I know this makes contact with the blade, just in case there's any gunk in there. I don't believe there really was, but just in case. Doesn't hurt to clean it up. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to increase the bend on this and hopefully not break it. So increase the bend on this liner lock so it will want to move further. This is actually what I'm doing. This is what Kaiser has told me to try doing. So I'm not doing this on a whim. This was, I contacted Kaiser about this. Kaiser has great customer service, by the way. I contacted Kaiser about what was going on. They had me send a picture of the knife, and they said to take a screwdriver and try to increase the bend on the liner. Take apart the knife and try to increase the bend so that way it'll hopefully spring further under the blade than what it was doing. Because I think what was happening is it wasn't locking up because it barely would go under the blade to lock up. So by increasing this, I'm hoping it'll push itself further. And I'm just checking to see. There's some fuzz, probably from my cloth. You can see the ball detent there. Still some oil. I'm going to try to remove all my fingerprints from here. And then I'll add a little bit more oil to the detent ball. I don't know if I managed to increase it at all. It's kind of hard to tell. It looks like it's pretty... Looks like it would move pretty far, but it's a little hard to tell. So I'm just trying to get this to bend more. We'll clean this off. We'll add a little bit more oil. Since I cleaned and wiped all the oil off. I shouldn't have to really clean anything else on this because I've carried this a couple times, but I haven't carried it a lot. Most of the time it's sat in my collection. I wanted to carry this more, which is how I discovered it had an issue. So what did I do with my oil? Oh, it's right there. Use some KPL. But yeah, if you want to check out my video game channel, there should be a link below. I play a random amount of stuff. I started by playing some horror games because I generally would stay away from horror games in the past because they're scary. But since starting the channel, I've actually grown to really like them and enjoy playing them. So I was, in fact, last night I was playing the very first game that I ever streamed, and that was Resident Evil 7. I decided to go back and try playing it again. Because it's been like a good few years since I've played it. I thought we'd check it out, see how it held up, and whether I can remember half the stuff I was doing on it. So we're gonna carefully place this. Actually, maybe I should open the blade up, put it in the open position. And what I'm gonna do is line up everything up. Okay, so that I can see it's sitting under the blade. I'll snap the liner down. Scale on. Probably doing this in the dumbest way possible, but I don't take knives apart all that often. And this is probably why. Are you gonna snap up? Or you gonna stay down? Yeah, it snapped up. God dang it. Okay, well the scale's on, so that's a plus. There's still a good amount of Loctite on the screws, so I'm not going to worry about adding Loctite in. And then we're going to start the body screws a little bit. I'm not going to tighten them out completely. Okay, I don't know if this is sitting on there. I don't believe it is. Let go. Okay, just enough to hold it down. And then we'll tighten everything down once I get everything, like the pivot, back in. There we go. Pivots in. We'll tighten these down. Just finger tight. Then we'll check. And the pivot can close a little, or be tightened a little bit more. Okay. No blade movement, but not centered, so we know we need to tighten that more. I'm looking at the blade in the well, getting it tightened to the point of where it centers in. I don't want it too tight, otherwise it's not going to want to move. Even with the ball bearings. Yeah, it's a little tight. Now, center-wise, not bad. Let's see if that locked up finally. That's better. Locked up. I'm going to try the other ways. Now, Kaiser is sending me another liner just in case this doesn't fix it. It's still, oh, it's seating a little bit farther down, so that's better. So they are going to send me another liner, just in case this isn't enough, which is really cool. I don't know if you can see. Now it's hard to tell because this doesn't really go far in, but there's a lot more to this liner that's just to, let's see, your left of the blade that I can barely see. I don't know if how close I can get this, but it's seating a lot farther than it originally did. Before, it obviously wasn't seating in there, and therefore I couldn't get it to lock up. So that's better, because I really do like this knife. It's just unfortunate that I had a lockup issue with it. And let's see if we can tighten this a little bit more. Yeah, it's unfortunate that I had a lockup issue with it because I really do like this knife. The Kaiser Seagull, to me, was a fantastic knife. It just had that lockup issue. And I didn't notice it before because I did a video on this and it performed perfectly fine when I first had it. I don't know what changed or why it started having an issue with locking up. Because, again, I only carried this maybe a few times in my pocket. And to be quite honest, those times that I carried it in my pocket, I didn't have any need to use it. So it's never essentially, it's been carried, but essentially never used. So I was kind of surprised by that. But Kaiser does have a great customer service. I just messaged them and they sent me an email that detailed what I should try. You know, they asked for a photo. They put instructions that I should remove the scale, try to see if I can bend the liner more inward under the blade, or, you know, so it might spring towards the blade a little bit more, which was what I was doing. And then let them know how it went. So far, it's better. I'm trying to purposely open it up slowly and not flick it open to see if it locks up with a slower open, which it should. Okay, that locked. It didn't, the liner didn't move in as much as it should have, though, as you can see with the slow open. Hold on a second. Focus. You can see it's way out there. And a slow open should lock just as well as a fast open. And there's still a little bit of, yeah, it's still not diving in there completely with a slow open. If I open it up quickly, it'll actually snap in there a little deeper, which is good. But I think we might have to wait for that new liner. Trying to see if I can push that lock in. I did try to clean it out as best I can, so I don't believe there's anything getting in the way. It does move under there. Might also need some time to wear in a little bit. I did fiddle with this quite a lot, but probably not nearly as much as I have with other knives. And one thing I noticed with liner locks is a good liner lock will tend to get a little better over time as the parts wear in together. So this might need a little bit more playtime. And that could get a little better. Otherwise, once I receive the new liner, I'll probably go ahead and just replace that. I don't know. They said they will notify me as soon as they ship a replacement liner out. I haven't gotten that notification yet, so I'm assuming it's not going to come in or not going to be sent out until probably Monday. And if that's the case, I'll just spend some time fiddling with this all weekend and see if it doesn't settle in a little bit better before then. And I'm really hoping the liner's the only issue. And it's not like a problem with, like, say, the geometry on the blade itself. I don't know if they'd send a replacement blade. But anyway, it is at least locking up now, at least with a fast open. Let's put these back on. Let's please put these back on without magnetizing everything. Stop it. Good grief. Just get... Oh my God. Stop latching on everything. There we go. Let's do this. The screws on here have a weird keyhole with the pocket clip, which means I have to put them in and then slide them over. There we go. And it doesn't help when the screws keep wanting to stick to my screwdriver. There we go. That's one. And that's two. So a little bit of knife surgery. It is locking up this time. I did put a scratch in the rich light. I'm a little disappointed that. That was me, though. Oop. Oh, well. That was me trying to remove the pivot, and I accidentally skated my screwdriver across the rich light. So no crack, but barely noticeable scratch there. I'll probably buff that out. It'll buff out. What's my typical EDC? Hey, Christopher, how you doing? I've been wanting to carry this a little bit more because I do like this knife a lot. This one's from Kaiser. It's called the Seagull. That I was just fixing a locking issue. But I do like it. I like the blade shape. I like the choil and everything like that. Typically, the knife that's been dominating my pockets, honestly, like I try to rotate a lot of stuff, but I keep throwing this in my pocket because I like them so much. My Spyderco Sage 5, my Demco 8020.5, and there's another Spyderco Native 5. Those tend to dominate those have been dominating my pocket quite a bit recently. Probably more than anything currently. I have a lot of knives. One that I have been also carrying around a bit is the Rhino from Ramet, an inexpensive budget. I've been wanting to carry this more because I do like this. It just wasn't locking up. So I'm supposed to be getting a new liner from Kaiser. It's locking up now after I fiddled with it, but I don't know how I feel about it yet. I'm going to have to do a lot more fiddling with it before I'm confident, because obviously when you're carrying a knife, you want one that you know you can rely on, you can trust. And since I just started fiddling with this and trying to fix the locking issue I had on it, I'm probably going to have to test it out a bit, fiddle with it a lot before I'm actually comfortable in the way I see it, trusting my life with my pocket knife. Because, one of the reasons why I carry a pocket knife is, just in case those situations where in an emergency I need to, I don't know, cut a seatbelt, cut a strap, cut something open. And in a situation where your life could depend on it, you don't want something that can fail you. Now, the Seagull, I think, is a fantastic knife. I just have the unfortunate luck to have one that started to fail in its lockup. But Kaiser is willing to send me a replacement part, and we'll see how that goes. How is the front flipper on my Rhino? Remet doesn't make my favorite front flippers. It's usable. Admittedly, it's not the best front flipper in the world. Thankfully, you have thumb studs, and those work really well. So, the funny thing is, normally, the front flipper is my favorite method of deployment. I find them fun. I find them fidgety. I really like using front flipper knives. I love Remet, but a lot of their front flippers aren't the greatest. The Rhino is amongst one of them. And that's coming from, like I said, I really like the Rhino. The Rhino is one of my favorite budget blades from Remet. It's a perfect size. I love the feel of the grip. It's nice and quick. You have a button-activated liner lock, which makes it really easy to use. The thumb studs are easy to use. There's no fighting because of the location of the thumb studs. They just have this thing about placing their front flipper in an odd spot away from the pivot, which makes it really awkward to use on some of their knives, like the Rhino, for example. I can use it, but it takes, by the time I'm able to use the front flipper, to use the front flipper for me, I have to place my hand right, get my thumb in the right position. I'm watching it, and then I do that. It doesn't open all the way all the time, and then I'll use the thumb stud to push it all the way. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. I would prefer it, because after all that, just for me, just use the thumb stud. It's quicker. I don't have to think about it. It works fantastic for a thumb stud, and I just ignore the front flipper on it. Otherwise, it's a great knife. I've mentioned it before. It's probably one of my favorite budget knives. I really like the 14C28N steel. Nice grippy G10. I love how it's a button activated for the liner lock, even though I can still use the liner lock if I wanted to. And it's just a great knife for really inexpensive. Like your standard Rhino, I mentioned before, like around $40. Good detent on it. Yeah. No, I love the knife. It's a great knife. Again, like I said, it's one of the things that I like to carry a lot of. But in terms of what tends to dominate my pockets, probably these three right here dominate my pocket. Every once in a while, I'll carry, like, there's another Spyderco. Spyderco's been dominating my pocket. What did I do with it? Or is it still in my pocket? It might still be in my pocket, in my jeans. The Delica 4 is another one that I'll carry every once in a while. Burning Stables Forge, what's up? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. I don't know what I did with it. I have so many knives. It might still be in my jeans pocket. Hold on. Let me look. Are you in there still? Yes, it is. Good grief. Whoops. So yeah, these have been dominating my pocket in the last few weeks. These four. My Demco, my Sage 5, my Native 5, and the Delica 4. The Delica 4, the reason I've been carrying this a lot is because I've been trying to do comparisons between the Delica 4 and the Gonzo Firebird, which is a clone of the Delica 4. and I've actually been carrying these two a lot because I'm trying to do a comparison, and I just want to, like, I'm not going to be doing like spreadsheets and numbers and like detailed graphs and things like that in my comparison. There's a lot of other YouTubers that have done that already. They've gotten bar graphs and all that other stuff with comparing the Gonzo and the Spyderco. What I've been doing is I just thought I would carry these a lot. I would carry these a lot and try to use them to the same capacity and just see how how well they handled in comparison to each other, just from an everyday carry perspective for somebody that's not the hardest to use in the world, but just how they go. No numbers, just how they act from day to day. Oh God, that almost went up the nose. Christopher, well, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. I hope to see you again at some other point or check out some of my other videos. And oh my God, that did kind of go up in a weird. I went to go take a sip and I saw the comment. Now, I don't know why I thought I'd respond while I was drinking. That did not turn out well for the inner lining of my throat. Okay. Did someone say bar graphs? Mr. Stock, how you doing? Yeah, I'm not going to do bar graph comparisons on this stuff, not number comparisons. Just in my mind, a real world day to day, how do I feel about the Gonzo Firebird in comparison with the Spyderco Delica 4? I haven't completed the video on that yet, but hopefully that'll be coming up in the next week or two. But yeah, that's the reason why these two have been in my pocket a lot. But otherwise, these three have really been dominating, taking up more time in my pocket than anything else. These two especially, the Demco 8020.5 and the Spyderco Sage 5. Spyderco Sage 5 is so far still my favorite Spyderco to date. I did just get a Manix 2 recently. I really like it. The only problem is it's kind of on the bigger side. If they ever come out with a Manix 3 or a smaller Manix, I would jump on that in a heartbeat. Same with, I was thinking about, I'd love to get a Cub version, which is a smaller 8020.5. However, they are very pricey. So I haven't jumped on one yet. I know they came out with one recently, or they're coming out with one this year. I'm trying to remember the name. Like the 80, like the Demco 22, something goofy. Hold on. Now I gotta look. But I know I saw some videos. They're coming out with something new pretty soon. It's gonna bug me because I can't remember what it is. I should have written it down. Let's just say 2026 sneak peek. I know that I think they revealed it during the SHOT Show or something. Or during a recent SHOT Show. Okay, I'm not seeing it. I might have to find the video again. It's kind of a bummer. I know it's supposed to be a shark lock knife. I think it is the 8022. Maybe that was it. It's a smaller blade, although I think it's similar, maybe a little smaller than the 20.5. But I have the sheep's foot, which makes this about a 3-inch blade on this one. I know they're coming out with a larger 8020 triple X, which is supposed to be a larger blade. I'm pretty sure it's the 8022. Not ADD 22. Probably something entirely different. I don't see it. No, of course. Oh yeah, and then it's gonna come in. Oh yeah, and it's going to be coming in Magna Cut steel. It's going to be available in G10, titanium, or camo carbon. And it's going to have a newly designed deep carry pocket clip. I want really bad. The problem is I know that's not going to be cheap, especially the titanium version. Magna Cut steel and titanium, probably not going to be very cheap. Same with the camo carbon. My guess is the least expensive option on that would be the Magna Cut with a G10. And I think they might have a new blade profile for that one too, but I'm not quite sure. But yeah, it's the AD22. That's what they're going to be releasing from Demco. Very interested in that one. But there you go. So who asked that question? Can't remember. Use a Sage 5 more than anything. Oh yeah, and then Christopher headed out. Yeah, the Sage 5 is great. I love the Sage 5. My first Sage 5 was the Magna Cut lightweight, which I have still a favorite knife, but I wanted to try out the Spy 27. So I went with the Spy 27 version in G10. Super grippy, really nice feel to it, and probably still my favorite Spyderco to date. Not that I've been collecting Spyderco for very long. I still feel like I'm a complete newbie at Spyderco. But I really like the compression lock. It was something different that I didn't have in my collection until recently. And then the latest one I just picked up was the Manix 2, and just to try out, and what I should put in my rotation because I want to test how well it holds up. But I picked up probably one of the cheapest still Spyderco brand knives I can get, and that was the Tenacious. This one is in 8CR 13. Yeah, 8CR 13 MOV liner lock. And I just wanted to pick this one up because it was the least expensive that I. There might be maybe there's a lesser one, but that I immediately saw. It was like $50 when I got it, or just around $50. And I wanted to see how well this would hold up in comparison to a lot of their pricier offerings, because materials alone, the 8CR 13 MOV, the FRN, it's still, when you look at other manufacturers that use the same materials, you can get them for a lot less than the $50 for the Tenacious. So I'm kind of curious as to why this one remains to be, roughly around $50 and still use knife steels like 8CR 13 MOV. Now I have no doubt that they still do a great job with their steel. Like, if anything, other than the Spyderco name, it's the idea that they know how to make the best use out of the knife steels that they use for their knives. I think that's what that's what they're expecting you to want to pay for, is their knowledge and the treatment of their knife steels and stuff like that. This one is made in China though, which is where I'm sure they cut a lot of costs on. But yeah, I was just really curious to see how they're lesser expensive without going into their Bird series, which I know is even cheaper. But I wanted to go with something that still was Spyderco branded, and the least that I could, least expensive that I can find, and see how that holds up to regular day-to-day use compared to a lot of their more pricier options, like the Delica 4, for example, or the Native 5. That's why I picked that up. Ooh. Need another sip. Hold on a second. Trying to keep hydrated. But there you go. Any other questions? I love hearing stuff from you guys. I just noticed Stu had to head out. Thanks for stopping by, Stu, if you ever catch this later. How about you? Burning Stables, Mr. Stock. What do you guys? What's been dominating your pocket recently? What have you been carrying a lot, or what's your current favorite? This is how I also learn about a lot of other manufacturers, because there's a lot of manufacturers, even when I've been collecting knives for a good long time, that I've never heard of before, and turn out to be like amazing knives, like Keto, for example. Never heard of Keto before a few months ago, and I picked up a mini griffin from them. Amazing knife from Keto. So much so that I ended up buying two. I got a what do you call that? A collaboration between them and I believe it was Blade City, and I liked it so much and was worried that if anything were to happen to it, since it was a limited collaboration, that I wouldn't be able to replace it. That was this one here. Since it's a limited collaboration between them, and I wasn't sure I'd be able to replace it, I went and got another one. This one was M390 steel with titanium scales, I believe, carbon fiber inlay. And while they have other versions, this particular color combination was a collaboration between Blade City and them. But actually, an amazing knife that I went and got. They came out with a G10 budget version, which was 14C28N steel. But just as nice as their premium version in terms of fit, feel, ergonomics, how smooth the blade was, everything about this, just in a much more affordable package. This made probably my favorite knife for 2025 in terms of what came out in 2025 was the Keto Mini Griffin. This thing is just super fun to fidget with, and just an overall awesome knife. A lot of ways to be able to fidget with it too. This year, you got to get a knife from Burning Stables. I gotta check. Let me check them out. I don't know if I've Burning Stables. I just saw. There's Forge in the name. Let me take a look. Burning Stables Forge. What do you got? This is how I learn. Ooh, hold up. Hold it a second. Oh, those are some pretty knives. Oh, of course I looked down and there's a lot of sold out. And the first thing that I saw that I really, like, ooh, that's pretty. That's sold out. Oh, they're pricey. Oh, but that's gorgeous. I was looking at the Motley utility. I think you had I don't know if that's like a burl. No, what is that? What is that handle? Burlap Micarta. Oh, that looks gorgeous. Ooh. That's okay. Well, the financial issues will continue. You even got an oyster shucker. Handcrafted heirloom knife? Well, that's slick. I don't get too many fixed blades, but it doesn't mean I can't appreciate a nice fixed blade. Oh, that's going to be a problem. You're eyeing one of the fin knives? Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Some of the fin knives, the zip ones also. How long was the zip? How long is the blade on the zip? 3.25. Little on the higher side, but I mean the fin ones look really nice. And same with that everyday utility one. Do they have any gold divot fixers? No. You're really stuck on the gold divot fixer, aren't you, Terry? Who even had that? I can't remember who had the divot fixer. And was it an automatic or was it not? Hold on. I'm looking. I'm gonna see if I can find one anyway. Golf divot fixer. I mean, I see a lot of divot fixers, but I can't remember if there's. I see a lot of foldable ones. I think I remember seeing the one you were talking about, but I can't remember where it's at. Ah, found one that's like a ballad song. All the fixed divots. Who knew that that would be a very big thing? I guess for people that like to play golf. Divot tools. I haven't played golf in ages, so. Where'd that screen go? There we are. You don't carry a knife? The stock market, they say never try to catch. What? Yes, never try to catch a falling knife. The funny thing is, I warned my daughter about that. She came by for a visit, and I have these really sharp kitchen knives. One of which, like, I think I had just finished sharpening, and I actually warned her about that. And this was a couple of years back. I warned her about that as I told her because she wanted to cook. She wanted to cook for us when she was visiting, and I warned her like, it's a really nice knife. I mean, it wasn't an expensive knife. I'm just in terms of like sharp. This is a really sharp knife, really nice knife. Careful with it. I told her if you drop it, let it fall. Don't try to catch it. I ended up having to take her to the hospital for a couple stitches because she did drop the knife, and her first reaction was to try and catch the knife. So then I ended up taking her to the emergency room. She got a few stitches. And I'm like, didn't I just tell you not to catch a falling knife? I don't let her live that one down. But yeah, good words to live by. Don't try to catch a falling knife. You're gonna be in for a bad time. Thankfully, it wasn't too deep. I mean, it did require a few stitches, but she lucked out because that thing's sharp as all get out. So she got lucky. Where was this knife? There we go. Let's put some of these away because they're all chilling out here. That goes there. These go here. All back in the case. That goes there. And this goes there. All right. That goes back on my desk. Anybody else? Any questions? I'd love to answer. We're at 5. We're getting close to the end of the stream. If you got any questions, either opinions on what, if you guys have opinions, what would make a good knife for you if you're looking for one? I mean, I can give some suggestions. I obviously don't own every knife. Kind of hard. For pricey knives, you can afford to lose a finger or two. Now it wasn't. It's not even that pricey of a knife, kitchen knife. It was actually pretty inexpensive. Got it on Amazon. It was just a really sharp knife, and I just happened to keep it really, really sharp because that's what you want to do with kitchen knives. Keep them really sharp. It just happens to be one of my favorite knives to use in the kitchen. So I do take care of it, even though it was actually, I don't think it was more than like $40 for a kitchen knife. It's one of those, I forgot what you call those. It's a Japanese style, kind of like a giant sheep's foot blade. I forgot what they call them. They have a name for those, but I can't remember the name. But I like using it because it's just a great overall kitchen knife. so I keep it in pretty good tip-top condition. At least I try to anyway. So any favorite knives? Any knives that you'd like to get? Your grail that you're dreaming of? I don't know. I just like chatting with about the hobby. So this is where I'm at with this one. No, it's not a Ginsu. I'm sorry. Ginsus are kind of shit. I can't remember the name of the brand. I'd have to look it up on Amazon. I can't even remember when I bought it. I've had it for a while. I don't like and I also don't like serrated knives. I'm not the biggest fan of serrated knives. They have their uses. They're just a big pain in the ass to deal with when it comes to keeping them sharp. Oh, the Flightanium theory? I think I remember let me look that up to make sure I'm thinking of the right one. That sounds very familiar. 3.5-inch CPM 20 CV stainless steel. Titanium handles, frame lock. Where are we at? Well, that's a very clean looking knife. Very sleek. It's like a kind of race car-ish. Oh, weren't those supposed to have like a lifetime warranty or something? I can't remember about Ginsu knives. I just remember they were like that's all you would see on any infomercial. I'm pretty sure they're still around. Yeah, lifetime warranty on Ginsu knives. What used to belong to Artform, but they went out of business. Are you talking about the Flightanium theory? Oh, oh, okay. It looks sleek. Like I equate it to like, ooh, all black DLC. Woo. Normally I don't like coated blades, but I do like a DLC. A DLC I don't mind. That's sleek looking. I kind of equate it to like a kind of like a race car when I look at it. So we have okay, so we just have two different styles. It looks like uncoated titanium. What did they say the steel was? 20 CV. I think 20 CV. That's like is that like M390? I could be wrong. I thought they were pretty closely related. I don't have too many 20. I don't have too many 20 CV steels. I do have a few M390 steels, but I think the only one that is I don't remember. I thought I might have had another one. The only knife I have that literally states it's 20 CV, I think, is my case knife, the Longhouse, which would be hold on, which would be if I can figure out where there it is, which would be this one, the case Longhouse, Ridgeline Longhouse. This one is 20 CV steel, liner lock, made by Case. Is it Blue Jean Micarta? I believe that's in 20 CV steel. One of the few modern case knives that I own. I don't know if you consider this modern. I mean, it does lock up, does have a pocket clip. It is using a modern steel. Also DLC coated. Just, I don't know, it was a really neat case knife. I've carried this on occasion. I don't carry it too often. But sometimes when I'm feeling sassy, I'll pick this up and carry it. But they have this in a few different finishes. I forgot what other finishes they have. Super sharp blade on this, and it's just a nice, clean look. It's a pretty classy looking, I believe. Nice deep carry pocket clip. Pretty good lockup on this one. I think I did have an issue a while when I first got this where it had some blade movement to it, but again, it's one of those things I noticed with especially when it came to liner lock knives like the Seagull, um, that the more you fiddle with them, they sort of break in and then they work better. And that's generally with liner lock, or at least that seems to happen a lot with liner lock and some frame lock knives. They just a little break in time makes them a lot nicer. Not always, but I notice if there is a knife where I might have a little issue with something, I notice that sometimes those issues go away if you fiddle with them a lot. Yeah, which is kind of what I'm hoping with the Seagull, because I really, really did like this knife. I just don't know why it stopped locking up. It's locking up now ever since I did that little bend thing. I'm still waiting on that replacement liner and see if this gets any better over the weekend, or if it doesn't, I'll wait for that new liner to come in and it'll replace the liner on it. But Kaiser was really good about it, which I like. I've dealt with their customer service. That's probably the second time. I have a lot of Kaiser knives. The first time was with a trestle that had some QC issues, and they just asked for some pics. I showed them some pictures, and they were like, "Okay, sending another one out." And they were really good about that. And if you're wondering about the trestle, this is the knife I'm talking about. Where'd I put it? It should be on my desk. When did I get this one? I did a separate video on it. I'm trying to remember when. That's the hardest thing to remember. Sometimes I can't remember when I got a knife. What the hell did I do with my trestle? Oops. Shoot. When did I get that knife? I can't remember. Sorry. I'm trying to remember when I got that one. I'd like to say... well, when did it come out? Because I know it was a SHOT Show exclusive for 2025. And I got it from Chasing Blades. I know I got it from them. I've gotten so much since then, though. It's kind of... I'd have to do a lot of scrolling till I got to October. There we go. Found it. I got it back in October. October 15th specifically. For this one here. Oh, it used to be stud only. Well, the Flightanium theory. You're saying it used to be stud only, and then they added the hole. I personally like the thumb hole. My favorite ways to deploy a knife are either front flipper or thumb hole, because I like to reverse flick. I just find it fun. Same with a front flipper. This is one of the reasons why I like the Seagull so much. Is you had the thumb hole, which was really easy to reverse flick. Surprisingly enough, it's a little harder to use my thumb because it is a smaller hole. But reverse flicking is really easy with this. And you also had a front flipper that worked really well, as well as a rear flipper that didn't poke out so much. I loved how they had it situated so it lies more flat. So you had a much cleaner line here on the back of the knife, and it still worked really, really well. So you had multiple deployment ways on this knife, and they all worked very, very well. You know, they were all easy to use: the thumb hole, the front flipper, the rear flipper. and it was the first knife I got that had rich light scales to it. So I was curious as to how the rich light was, which is actually really, really nice. And interesting, almost leaf style blade shape. Nice belly, very slicey. This is a flat ground or is this hollow? Hollow ground blade. So really slicey blade on this. I just, again, just unfortunate to have lockup issues, but Kaiser's willing to try and fix it. So hopefully that will no longer be a problem. And this can go back into my pocket and not be an issue. Because I really do like this. And then that can go back in the case. I've been getting a lot of automatics recently. I just noticed that, especially with the buck that I got. Got the buck, I got the Kaiser. I have my eyes set on, like I said, next week. It didn't come in this week. It didn't ship fast enough. Next week, I'm going to have another first for my collection that I don't normally own. It's not an automatic, but it's one of those that tends to be regulated heavily and may or may not be illegal in quite. Oh, the seagull's calling to you. It's a great knife. I mean, minus the issues that I'm having, I really like it. And it's not an expensive knife. And again, like I said, Kaiser's willing to take care of this for me. So any knife could run into an issue. Okay. Kaiser knives have actually been really good. This is the trestle that I had, I ran into QC issues. And what I mean by QC issues, where'd that trestle go? I was looking for it, and then I got distracted by stuff. There it is. The issues I ran into the trestle were just QC issues. There was like a glob of glue that was on this scale that was like super hard, like epoxy. That was it was just like literally like a glob of glue. And so that looked kind of distracting. And also when they do this kind of acid etch on the Damascus, it looked like whatever chemical they used, whatever acid they used, dripped on the blade. So you had all these permanent circles on the edge that just looked unsightly. So to me, it was a QC issue. Like I said, I spoke to them about it, and they replaced it, which is what this is. And it's just a really awesome traditional style slip joint knife from Kaiser. And then this is the only one that I've got that has a mechanical issue where it didn't lock up. But otherwise, to be quite honest, this would be something that I would love to carry with me all the time if it wasn't for that lockup issue. But contacted Kaiser, they're sending me a new liner lock, and hopefully all will be well, and I can carry this regularly. Get it? Am I getting a gravity knife? You'll have to wait and see. It should be in next week, and then what I'll do is I'll show it to you. I don't know if I'm going to do a video first and then unbox it for you guys on the live, or wait till the live. I don't know. Depends on how it goes in the week. But I'm supposed to be getting it next week. It is legal in my state, as long as you have a concealed carry. I do. So I'm good. But yeah, like some of these automatics, depending on where you're at, the laws on automatics can be a little wonky. So, but thankfully I can carry, like these two I can carry because they're just the right blade length. This is the newest one, the Buck 112 Auto. Freaking love this. It is chonky though. That's my only complaint. It's still weighty.
Yeah.
Alexa, shut up. Oh my God.
Liquidation 5,000 buyers.
Really? Alexa, shut up. Alexa, shut up.
Yeah.
Seriously, how did that pick up? Okay. Hey, Terry. Gravity knife is weighing heavy on what? Oh, I see what you did there. Okay, so we are at, it's 6 o'clock, so I need to go cook dinner. Thank you guys for spending time with me. Again, I just like chatting about the hobby. This is fun for me. I get to spend time with people that enjoy collecting, answering questions. I have my own questions. I love seeing or hearing about new knives from you guys. Again, if you haven't, I do have a Discord. Go check out my Discord. If you have new knives to show, you can put pictures down and share with everybody on the Discord. I also do stuff on Instagram. I put pictures up on Instagram every now and then. And it's just real fun. You're lucky to be in Texas. You're dead curious. See, I don't think I can carry brass knuckles, though. That's the only... I think that's one of the things that I'm still unable to carry. Like, I can own them. They're not illegal to own, but if I'm caught carrying them, that could be problematic. Like, heck, even like this, like I said, if I wanted to carry this, I can carry this, but I have to have a concealed carry license in order to do so. If you carry this without a concealed carry license and you're stopped for whatever reason and they find it on you, that's probably what ends up happening. It's not like they're not like checkpointing people for automatic knives, but if you happen to be stopped for whatever reason and you have an automatic knife on you and you don't have a concealed carry, I just envision that being... I just figure that's going to be a bad time. It's not going to be fun. But yeah, I think brass knuckles are still one of those things that I'm not allowed to carry, regardless of whether you have a concealed carry or not. So I envy you guys in Texas. I will say that. But anyway, that's going to be it for me today. Thank you guys for joining me. I, again, always have a lot of fun doing this. I hope you guys enjoy it as well. If you liked what you saw, please drop a like down below. And if you haven't yet, hit subscribe and then hit that notification bell so that way you'll be notified as soon as I drop another video on the channel. And I've been working on videos quite a bit this last week. Hopefully I'll have more videos out this upcoming week. Like, for example, on the Remet and a few others that I'm working on. So go check them out. Thanks again. You guys have been absolutely amazing. I will be back on again tonight on my video game channel. I'm not quite sure what I'm playing tonight, but I'll be playing something. Either way, I'll be doing that at 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you're into video games, go check that out. But thank you guys so much for being here. And yes, I know I still don't have a closing for that. I got to work on something. I gotta work on, I don't know, some ending song or whatever. Some doot song. I don't know. I can't think now. I need food. But thanks again for watching, and hope to see you in the next video. Catch you later, guys. Bye-bye.